My sound okay?
You sound fine,
Welcome
lovely.
to the WTF Forum. The hosts do not give financial, legal, medical, or any kind of advice. Opinions are their own. This broadcast contains foul language and dangerous ideas. If you need a trigger warning, you are in the wrong place. Now enjoy the show.
Dear partners and friends of
What the fuck?
Forum, a very cordial welcome.
The WTF Forum is a decentralized broadcast network with no governing body of any kind, and is produced and distributed by a loosely affiliated, ever-growing network of rogue, independent content creators. This forum does not, will not, and shall not have any one location, feed, platform, or channel, but shall be shared and multiplied as nature dictates. If any listener of the following proceedings finds themselves offended, they will be asked kindly to go fuck themselves. All right, what the fuck's up, everybody? How we doing? Welcome to the WTF Forum. I am glad to be here after having missed last weekend. I've been a busy bee, which is a good thing, you know? It's the only way to make any money. This here is Mike the Polymath, Easy Peasy Podcast, and I will pass it around the circle to Bear Snare.
Hey guys, I'm Bear Snare, my Friends Hate Freedom podcast, and thebearsnare.com. I am happy to be here with you all tonight, and I'm happy to see Stella next.
Thank you, Bear. Stella Q from Australia, Union of the Unknowns, along with my friend Ashley here. She can fill in the details because she's so good at it. Occasionally, Propaganda Report with Brad Binkley and Easy Peasy Podcast. It's awesome. You must subscribe. Ando.
Hello, I'm Ando from Burn Babylon Burn and the Doom Kitchen, and let's see what's going on. How does Ashley find the Union of the Unknowns?
Well, Ando, I'm glad you asked. We are, what is the word? We're burying the lead or something. I don't know. But you can find us at unionoftheunknowns.com. That's our Linktree page. And I'm Ashley of the Unknowns. I'm here with my other buddy, podmate, and fellow unknown, Stella Q. So happy to be back. I've also been a little wild in schedule and all that stuff. So happy to be here with you folks.
It's always a pleasure on the forum to see everybody, and we've got an all-star cast here. What more could we ask for? Except I do have a burning desire to hear the answer to a major, important, pressing question. Just what the fuck is a crumpet? Okay, Stella Q, I think you are currently
we call them
in
English
possession.
muffins.
Is it
Nope.
is it the same or is it different from an English muffin?
Well, Ando and I think it's the same. So this is a heated subject.
We must discuss this. It's
Yes.
very important that we get this straight.
Yes.
Is it just
So-
that Australia is trying to be anti-imperialist with renaming it?
Well, it's not necessarily an Aussie thing. I think it's a UK thing. It's a what do you call it?
Place of origin is the UK, yes.
Yeah. So what do you
And
call
really-
it?
That's
That's
a freaking English muffin.
Stella
It is
really
not an
needs to
English
be-
muffin.
Stella
Sure
needs
looks
to be
like
held
one.
accountable for spreading fake news, okay? Because it's dangerous to our democracy.
It is drop bear food. So an
So,
English an English
I was
muffin
gonna-
is not at all like a crumpet. An
looks-
English muffin is more like bread, really.
but it looks so much like an English muffin.
It looks
So
just exactly the
Wikipedia-
same.
No, look at the
Wikipedia
camera.
says-
It
These
looks
are
nothing like an
muffins.
English muffin.
They're... Look at me.
No,
Look-
no,
But
no,
But
no.
but Ando, she's not seeing the what do they call them? The crevices. When you toast it up and you got the crevices, that's exactly what it looks like.
It looks like an English muffin.
No, see, if you look even closer, you'll see that there are many, many little bubble holes in a crumpet. You don't get that in a muffin.
Yeah,
You get
no. The
muffin in a
English,
muffin.
English
It's
muffin
an
is different
English
than a
muffin.
regular muffin.
Hey, look at my
Right.
bubble holes. See my bubble
wait, I
holes
can't
right
s-
here?
Oh,
Wait,
English
wait,
hang on.
we'll
muffin.
I
show-
can't see them. We
let's
need
put-
to.
Let's
Yeah,
put
we need him
Ando.
closer.
Hold up.
Well,
Hold up.
hey, let's pull up like the Thomasville.
Whoops.
What is the Thomas English muffins?
Keep holding it up like a game show girl.
That is what we in America call
Nah.
See
an
that?
English
It's a
muffin.
crumpet.
No, it's not a crumpet. It is not a crumpet. I'm telling you now, Sonny. It is not a crumpet. That is a muffin. No, crumpets are actually. I think it's the bicarb. I think they've got bicarb of soda in them or something that makes them sort of bubble. I'm not really sure how they are made. You can make your own. But
Bubble
no, they're
holes
actually quite
everywhere.
different.
No,
But it's not.
it's the same
No.
freaking thing.
No,
I'm holding
no,
one in my
Is a
hand.
crumpet
Look.
heavier or lighter than a witch?
They would be heavier than a muffin. Because we get muffins. I know exactly what a muffin is. We get them.
Yeah, but it's
We have them here.
not like a blueberry muffin. They call it a muffin,
No,
but
no,
it's
no,
not
no.
actually a muffin.
No. Oh, I know what you mean. You've got those, like a cake baked type muffin. No, they like what Ando's got there, and you can sort of pull them apart without a knife. Correct? Like they've sort of got a default seam sort of thing that you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yes.
not a
Free and
crumpet.
slit.
Completely different. It's completely different. It is, Ando. See, I'm gonna have to send him some crumpets. I think.
First of all,
I wish
No,
Terry was here.
the buck stops here. If you're sending food, it's coming to me,
All
and he
right.
can get some whenever he's swinging back by.
I can guarantee it would be moldy
When
by the
she's
time
done
it
with
reached
it.
you. But
So I've got
poop.
some hot off the press information about crumpets versus English muffins. Okay,
I think crumpets are a
Excellent.
psyop.
crumpets are a total psyop. No, what it sounds like to
came
me.
from space.
What it sounds like and what it looks like is that a crumpet is essentially an unsweetened pancake versus
crumpet.
English muffins are, I think, baked in an oven versus cooked on a skillet. Okay.
Oh, like a griddle. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So this
See, that
makes
doesn't
you
look like a muffin, does it?
no,
that picture.
but English muffins don't look like muffins either, Stella. That's what we're getting at. They look like crumpets, but they're different. They're different.
I think we're
Nope.
starting to connect the dots.
Nowhere else but the WTF forum, y'all. Nowhere else.
This is hard hitting journalism.
I'm
Yes,
standing
it is.
firm. I'm
It's-
standing firm. They are
It's
nothing like
necessary discourse to get the
Nothing
truth
like a
out
muffin.
there.
So, okay, I'm going to read a little bit here. It says, this is in Better Homes and Gardens. The title of the article is Crumpets versus English Muffins. What's the difference? While strikingly similar in appearance, crumpets and English muffins are different. Learn all about the two kinds of griddled bread here. Okay, so griddled bread, they're both griddled. So you're in the bread aisle, thinking about switching up your breakfast game by choosing something other than a bagel or your usual loaf of toast. Okay, I've never. Oh, it says loaf for toast. That makes more sense. I'm like, I've
Right.
never bought a loaf of toast
muffin.
in my life. Okay,
Be like
this makes
secondhand.
you wonder. This makes you wonder about the difference between crumpets versus English muffins. You're probably familiar with English muffins, but what is a crumpet exactly? Upon closer examination, you'll find they are quite different. Crumpets are small, round, griddled, thin bread with a spongy texture. I'm thinking pancakes, right? But not as much sugar. Crumpets are
Nope.
authentic British bread commonly enjoyed for breakfast or with afternoon tea. I mentioned this. I have a friend who every time he did a British impersonation, he would say, "Would you like some tea and crumpets?" And the whole time I just thought it was hilarious. I never asked the fundamental question of what is a crumpet. Now, I'm just going to hand it over to Stella because I don't want to read this whole fucking article. Can you clarify for us, Stella Q? What the fuck's a crumpet?
It's not an English muffin. And I will stand by that till the day I die. It doesn't even taste like a muffin, actually. It tastes like it's got the texture of rubber, culinary rubber. And they come in a packet of 6. They come in round or square. The square ones do make more sense, really. but there's something about the original round that's just cool. And at the moment, multiracial crumpet because I'm having Greek tapenade on it.
So do you usually spread something on top of a crumpet? Is that
Most
a
people just
fair-
have butter, really.
just
but-
butter? Okay.
Yeah, so you can have, it's sort of like pancakes. You can have it, they don't taste like or look like pancakes, but you can have like sweet pancakes or savory pancakes. So I tend to have more savory crumpets because I'm not really a sweethead. So yeah, you can put anything on a crumpet. I've had eggs on crumpets. You can put anything on a crumpet. But it's nice to have a bit of crumpet on the side.
Hey, if you don't tempt me with a good time, you say you can put anything on a crumpet.
Use your
I could get-
imagination, Mike.
I could get real weird with that.
So Stella, you just said you're voluntarily eating something that tastes like rubber, right?
Oh, it doesn't taste like it. It just feels like it. It tastes good. It tastes very processed and manufactured. It's probably got zero nutrition. It's just a filler, really, so that my stomach wasn't grumbling on microphone.
Kind of like the pizza that I ate, 10 minutes ago. Well, I'm glad we could clarify because these are the type of cultural divides that we are trying to break down on the WTF forum. Stella Q and our good friend Drew, who is not here tonight, y'all might speak English, but there is still somewhat of a language barrier, I will say. Like
Yeah,
what,
we speak Strine.
what the fuck's a Sheila from down under? I hear that's what you are.
Yeah, I'm a Sheila. Just a woman, basically. It's a bit of a, I suppose some people call it a derogatory term, I guess. Doesn't bother me. Yeah, just a woman, basically.
So like Australian squaw.
Yeah,
We're not
I
allowed
guess.
to use that word no more. No more
Oh, right.
squaws.
Yeah, similar.
But it kind of brings me to the topic at hand, okay? What I thought we would talk about today, and I will say, because I'm sure she had to resist the urge, Ashley at no point asked me what the theme was. It's a total surprise, okay? And I'm glad that we have both Stella Q and Ashley, because I think what I want to talk about today is female rage, as well as this concept of self-loathing. Okay? They're kind of
Great.
separate but similar.
I got plenty of both.
Good.
Go.
I mean, not good. No. I think so. What we have hit on, like, male trials and tribulations and cultural, the attacks on masculinity. We have yet to really hit on, like, the similar but different with women, and how women are often very mean to one another. Am I wrong?
Nope.
No?
No.
No, everyone's mean to everyone sometimes.
And
Yes,
I will
true.
say to Mike that yes, I do normally ask what the theme is so I can try to have an idea, but today my brain is basically just totally fried. So I didn't even think about it. I was like, we're just like Bill O'Reilly, fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
We'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm fried too, so we've got two fried women here. This will be fun.
So I wasn't sure exactly how to, like, tie everything together, but as usual, curiosity was my guide, and I think we've got a good solid theme that we're going to come at from, like, two different angles. This is not particularly exclusively about women. This is about sort of sort of hating people within your own in-group, or even maybe hating yourself for being in a certain type of in-group. And maybe I'm reaching, I always do, but I'm going to start out here with a video from 2015. This was local. And the reason I found this, I don't know if y'all are on the Citizen app, but the Citizen app basically gives you, like, fire and police kind of, like, updates in your local area. And today I saw one pop up, and it said, another incident at the Beech Grove Walmart. Now, we've been on the Walmart beat since the very beginning of the WTF forum. And I watched this sort of clip and it led me down a rabbit hole. So I'm going to start a little ways back, about 8 years ago. This is a fight between two women at the Beech Grove Walmart, which is about 7 miles from where I am right now.
There's an arrest in that shocking Walmart brawl in Indiana. You want it? You want it? Are you serious? Amber Stevenson, the dark-haired woman seen in the video fighting, spent the weekend in jail, charged with felony neglect of a dependent and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Johnny, punch her face! Stevenson can be heard urging her 6-year-old son, Johnny, to hit the woman she got into a fight with at the Walmart. The boy hit the woman with a shampoo bottle, kicked her, and got angry when a customer told him to stop.
Hey, stop it. Look, you're going to go to little boy jail. Hey, don't kick. He just kicked her in the head.
Tell me what to do. The other woman will not face charges.
Okay. That's the introduction to this topic for now. Okay. Long story short, two women beat the fuck out of each other, okay, in the Walmart. And one of them had her kid with her. And at a certain point, as you heard, she says, Johnny, punch her in the fucking face. Okay. Now, maybe I'm crazy. She was the only of the two women to face criminal charges. But I am convinced she was actually in the right. Okay. That's kind of like secondary to the whole point. But what this reminded me of when I saw it was in high school, there were probably 5 girl on girl fights for every guy on guy fight in my high school. And every time there was a girl fight, everybody watched and talked about it for weeks, right? Girl fight. This is not like an isolated occurrence. I mean, anybody have experience with these girl fights?
Well, I would just chime in and say that normally I keep my Walmart fights to a minimum most of the time. Now, if this is Black Friday and I'm going after a TV, I'll cut a bitch. Okay. I'm just kidding. No, I don't do Black Friday. I don't do any of that stuff. But I do think that there is something to that, right? And I have mulled this particular topic over quite a bit in my mind. So, and maybe just because I was thinking about it doesn't mean that was productive thinking, but I do believe that you are onto something, not necessarily that women get along less than men, but maybe in a different way. And here's the other thing. I think if dudes get into an argument, not all the time, but a lot of times, they can move on from it. But I think there's an element within the female psyche that makes that more difficult. And I almost wonder if from a natural perspective, if maybe there's something territorial about it. But in our time, in today's day and time, I personally feel that it is more insecurity related than it is to do with that other person, right? So it's not even about them, it's because you don't feel okay with yourself. So you feel threatened by someone who is on a similar playing field as you. That's really what I think it's about. So, and I also would contribute that I think that our society, I mean, this is a fact that the school system was designed to keep people down, to keep them frustrated, to keep them good workers, not good thinkers, right? And society has been built around that indoctrination, and in order to create people who sort of have a victim mentality and people who have low self-confidence in themselves. So I think that all of these things feed into the theme of personal insecurity. Then add being a female and people are more insecure. that's one thing that I think about it.
So I used to be a pedicab driver in Austin, Denver, and Houston, and I've seen many, many girl fights. The thing about girl fights that's weird, crazy, whatever, they don't fight. They try to kill each other. They don't care about honor either. They just like go at each other. Most girl fights have to be broken up because they're trying to rip each other's hair out. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah. They go for the eyes, they go for the hair, like claws and teeth are on the table.
Don't forget the high heels.
No shit. No shit. Yeah. So, okay. Go ahead, Stella. You got
I was
something to
just going to
contribute
say,
here.
we call them bitch fights.
Uh-huh.
So
cat fights is
yeah,
what we
cat
often
fights is
call
good.
them. Yeah.
Several
right.
things. I've never had long nails, so I'm a bit disadvantaged. But yeah, it's just, I think society has sort of defeminized women a lot as well. So it's almost like women are sort of, in a way, in a mentality way, kind of almost taking on roles they really shouldn't or haven't traditionally, let me say. I don't want to upset anyone. But yeah, I mean, I can't recall ever actually seeing one, I don't think. We never had one at school or anything like that. So maybe it's a sign of the times because, I mean, it's been a little while since I've been to school, but yeah, I think it's possibly a degradation in society. Not saying that, bitch fights never happened in the past or anything like in the olden days, but I don't know, did they?
I think
Have we got any historical bitch fights?
I
in
don't know.
School at least.
Well, I guess, yeah, I haven't been in like public school for a while. But
the kids don't fight anymore. They're just pharma zombies.
Well, dudes stopped fighting. Like my experience was there really weren't many dude on dude fights in my high school. And maybe there's something to the argument that as boys were emasculated, women became emasculated, right? I'm not sure I'm saying it right, but you get my drift.
Because I think it's like creating a vacuum, right? Almost. But in a way, it's like an infinity vacuum, right? So it's like as you take away from the males, as you said, they become feminized, then there's this like a vacuum for women to start behaving in a male typical way of like, I wear the pants, I'm a boss, like the whole boss bitch mentality that's been fostered, this sexual revolution, the promiscuity that has been told to women that's empowering to you instead of actually really fucking harmful for you. I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to play like the whole video for you guys because it's kind of illuminating. Before I do so, does anybody have anything to add? Yeah,
I remember most of my memories of stuff like that happening were in school, like middle school, high school. I feel like a lot of it had to do with jealousy, and I don't really remember any like all-out brawls, but there was some stuff that would happen, like just girls who were in the same social clique but were kind of jealous of each other. They do mean shit to each other. There was one girl who she blew an air horn in the other girl's ear, and like right point blank, and she went deaf in that ear, at least partially deaf because of it. And it's funny because I can't even remember. I remember which two girls were involved in it. I don't remember which one was the aggressor, but it was like, yeah, like some real mean stuff that's like backhanded and stuff. And yeah, from my observation, a lot of the time it had to do with jealousy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
and I also, oh, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, I think that's a good observation. I think jealousy or envy is often at the root of these disputes.
Yeah. And I would use the term that we were just talking about in another group. It's like Schadenfreude. It's the German term that is like pulling for other people to not be doing well. I mean, there's a cultural element to that, right? And there is no stake for people to pull for each other because the community aspect has been removed from people, right? So when you're in a community and like your survival and my survival are
dependent.
counting on each other,
Yeah,
basically,
yeah.
then we remove that, right? When we're in a healthy place mentally and physically, and you have a community, then I don't think that you're going to have that. Like, you want to see people do well. But when you're in a society that encourages this Schadenfreude, or however you say it, the enjoying other people's misfortunes and encourages that, I think that's one element of it. And then I would say too that there's the movie Mean Girls that came out, and that's not for nothing, right? Like, there was a book written on that topic, and it's a whole theme, and it's a funny movie, and there's a lot of stuff in there that is funny / true. But I think that exists for a reason, because that topic exists in the real world.
Ashley, we are so on the same page. Okay. You are hitting on things that I am working us towards.
Oh, sorry.
But you bring up Mean Girls. Apparently there is a remake of Mean Girls that's about to come out. And I said, when I heard this, I said, what the fuck? Like, it's only been 15 years, if that, since the original. I thought you had to wait at least 20 or 30 before you go and do a remake. My
Not
guess,
in today's day and time.
No. Well, they're fresh out of ideas, first of all. Second of all, I'm assuming it's going to be a way less funny and way more woke version of Mean Girls. Yeah.
And I would also say, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you? That movie is a classic. It is perfection.
Yeah.
Don't touch it.
Don't
You're
fuck
not
with
going to
it.
replace Lindsay Lohan and Rachel McAdams in that movie. Don't even try. It's very offensive to this white girl.
Agreed. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and roll this clip. This is the full fight. And what I found interesting was sort of the initiation of the fight. The first handful of seconds is going to be just back and forth, kind of, a shouting match. But I want you to pay close attention to who is the aggressor of, a violent action.
No, but you gave me in there. Look, well, it wouldn't have happened. Whatever. You aggravated me, so no reason. No reason. Don't think I can't get up and do it. I know, you got your feet like that. No, you haven't been here the whole damn time. No. You know what? You know what? I didn't call you. You open your fucking mouth. Get up. You want to fucking
This is awesome.
You want me to?
It's pretty spicy.
Come on, bitch.
Here we go.
You want it? You want it? Are you fucking serious? You want it? What you gonna do? Come on. Come on.
Mobility
What you
scooter?
gonna do? You want it?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to pause there for the moment. Yes. One of the two ladies in this scenario was riding in a Rascal scooter.
Fatty Rascal.
You might have heard it. You might not have. At the beginning there, she's like, "You think I can't get up off this scooter? I'll fuck your shit up." I swear. I'm not like this. This shit is it's too fucking great. It's like, this is rich. And so yeah, they're yelling at each other. Apparently they, one of them got the last bottle of fucking Head and Shoulders or whatever the fuck.
Fighting over dandruff
Only important
shampoo.
things.
Yeah. And they're just kind of like exchanging words at first, but then little Miss Rascal Scooter pulls a U-turn and drives over to the other girl, and she's like, "I'll fuck your shit up." She gets up out of the scooter and she gets in the other lady's face. So I say all that to point out that Blondie on the Rascal Scooter initiated physical force. and yet she is the one who walked away with no charges. Okay. Dark-haired lady is the one who tells little Johnny to punch this bitch in the face. All right, I'm gonna play it on.
Oh, really? There's kids all around here.
Roxy attacked her.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, don't do that.
You attacked her.
Y'all knock it off. The kids sitting there.
Okay, I'm gonna go back a second because you might have missed it, but I'm pretty sure this lady's yoga pants are torn and we are getting a full view of her pussy. Okay.
No.
Oh boy.
I thought it was her belly.
I can't believe that I'm the only one that noticed, but this video needs to be like censored. It needs to be pixelated. This is pornographic.
Oh,
Wait,
really?
take it back.
There's kids all around here.
Do you see it? Do you see it?
Yeah.
I think it might have been
muffin.
That's your English muffin. Yeah.
I think it might have been a belly hanging down. Actually,
I don't
be
know.
honest.
Hang on. We'll watch it one more time.
All around here.
It might have
Stell,
been
you're an
belly.
optimist. I think it's belly. It's belly.
Yeah, I think it's belly too.
Let Mike have his fantasy.
I'm like this is okay. It's neither here nor there.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, don't do that.
Oh, that's
You attacked her.
Y'all knock it off. The kids sitting there upset. Get the hell off of her right now.
Johnny, punch her in her face. Johnny, punch her in her fucking face. Punch her in her face. What? Come on, bitch. What is Johnny?
This is white trash at its finest.
Damn. Rascal Scooter, she got, she got some power behind her.
Dude, they're trying to kill each other.
Yeah, that was a takedown.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen Little Britain? It's a show. It's a UK show. Okay. It's not going to make much sense, but basically it's a comedy show. There's a sketch in there where there's a guy in a wheelchair and he's got his mate that always looks after him, but then he just gets up out of the wheelchair when the guy's not looking all the time. It's quite funny. Just reminded me.
I bet Terry would love that
So-
too.
He'd know it, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen it a couple times before. I didn't really follow it though. But when I lived in Denver, I was coming back from faraway part of town early in the morning on a weekend, and I'm on the bus. I'm starting to fade out. I'm about to fall asleep on the bus. You don't want to fall asleep on the 15 if you're in Denver. Anybody in Denver knows the 15 is the Colfax Avenue. Goes all the way out to Aurora, goes all the way back downtown and beyond. Anyway, you don't want to fall asleep on that. Driving by a bunch of hospitals, and I hear one guy yelling at the other guy. He's like, "You motherfucker, I'm gonna whoop your ass." And I look up, and the guy he's yelling at is in a wheelchair, and I'm like, "Bro, you're yelling at the wheelchair guy that you're gonna whoop his ass. Of course you're gonna whoop his ass." And then everybody on the bus turns on this guy that's threatening the wheelchair guy. And they're like, "Yeah, man, you want to go over to that hospital and beat up on sick people?" And it was just really funny. Like the whole bus turned on this guy because he was threatening. But
Let me tell you, dude, I've seen paraplegics, and this guy isn't a paraplegic. This guy can fucking walk.
And the person who's
Baker.
like threatening the guy is actually right. The guy who's in the wheelchair is like scamming everybody.
Well, this lady in the Rascal Scooter is kind of scamming everybody. She's clearly well enough and able-bodied enough to like throw some kicks and knees and yet she's riding around in a Rascal Scooter. Again, the funny thing about this story, two things really. The lady in the Rascal Scooter did not get charged while the other lady did. The other lady also got charged with contributing to child delinquency, right? The second thing I find interesting is that the guy recording this video and a whole bunch of other guys, you can hear their voices if you listen carefully, choose not to get involved. In fact, one of them says, "I'm not going to get in the middle of this. A lady needs to take care of this. I'm a dude. This is like, I'm not getting involved," which is an interesting kind of statement, There's only like a minute left, less than, but you'll pick up on the subtleties, I think.
He's punching her.
Wow. You guys think you got security guards?
They're coming, President. You believe that?
Look at him.
Someone recording this shit?
Somebody, yeah, you got it on
Yeah.
your phone. I don't have it. Did you? I didn't see who did.
Where does he get it?
Someone get this shit out of me right quick.
I don't know. It's gonna take a woman to get him. I ain't doing it.
Yeah.
I think the one that got on the phone.
You're muted, Mike.
I kept pausing and saying things, and I wasn't even coming through. My bad. So the kid says, I paused it initially because the kid laughs. He goes, "This is damn funny." And then the guy behind the camera, you hear him go, "It's going to take a woman getting in there. I'm not going to do it." And this kid, 6-year-old kid, picks up a bottle of shampoo, starts bashing the lady in the head with the shampoo bottle. And we're almost at the end, but here you go. Okay, actually, that was it. But I almost think that was cut short. I've seen a few different clips of this. The kid's like, "You can't tell me what to do. I ain't fucking playing. Like, I'm fighting." Apparently, this kid is in karate, from what I read. And I'm honestly, even though on the surface you look at it, you think this kid and his mom are the trashiest people ever. I'm pretty sure it was the other fucking woman that started the whole goddamn thing.
Well,
And it's kind of like, who cares? But anyways.
I think people are sort of hesitant to get involved in things like that. Like even if you put your hand on someone, you can get done for assault. I don't know if it's the same over there, but if you even touch someone on the shoulder,
that's a lot of why the guys don't want to get involved in something like that, is because, yeah, if you get in the middle of that, then suddenly the guy ends up getting the blame for everything a lot of the time.
Yep.
Bingo.
Yeah, that's right. And I actually knew a guy, or one of my mum's friends actually years ago. There was a person being held up on a train, and Ivan, this guy's name, friend of my mum's, stepped in to help, and he ended up getting stabbed in the eye, and he went blind in that eye. So, it's sort of like, well, what do you do? Although, at the same time, I saw a lady being harassed by about 3 or 4 blokes just near a train station. This was a few years ago. And I couldn't help it. It was just a reaction. I did it before I even really thought about it. It was just a reaction. I had an umbrella and I ran at them with the umbrella and I said, you effing leave her alone. And amazingly, they did. Couldn't believe it.
Good.
That's awesome.
Look at you, Stella.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, my
Now-
umbrella's loaded.
Don't fuck with Stella. Now, I will say that, yes, I do think that sometimes there is a precedent for the rescuer being punished, especially in today's day and time. So I'm so glad that Stella wasn't hurt, that she was able to help that person. But that reminded me of a story that I just saw in New York City. And we know that a lot of these, the major cities, that they have these bought and paid for DAs who will prosecute people defending themselves and trying to prevent crime, and then they let go the actual criminals. So there was a woman who was in the subway who ended up getting mugged by someone, by maybe like a homeless person or something like that. So what do you call them? Like basically a good citizen or whatever he's carrying, and
Good Samaritan.
Good Samaritan. There we go. He brandishes his weapon and he fires a couple times, scares off the homeless guy. Well, the guy who saved the woman and brandishing the gun, fired the warning shots, is who got arrested. Then the woman comes out and she's like, I wish that he wouldn't have done it with a gun. So that's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with.
Yeah. Okay. So you're like a step ahead of me, Ashley. You're doing so good. You're doing so good. I love it. I love it. So my point in that fight with the women, again, I'm kind of addressing 2 points at once, like female versus female aggression. And also, apparently, this particular Walmart is a negative energy vortex. Okay. Let me show you 2 short clips about this exact same Walmart. Okay.
That's interesting you say that, because that did go through my mind. I was thinking, what's the energy sort of, where is this, Yeah,
it's
just a
not
thought.
it's not good. It's not good. Here, check this out.
Okay, do you remember this video? It's hard to forget it. And today is 2 months after that fight in the aisles of the Beech Grove Walmart. The mayor there says he has had enough with constant police calls to the store. RTV6 learning this Walmart is about to be declared a public nuisance. Now, what does that mean for the business, and what does Walmart have to say about this? The Now's Ann Kelly is live in Beech Grove to explain. Ann?
Well, Candace, it's pretty simple. Declaring this business a public nuisance, well, it means if the business doesn't clean up and take care of its customers itself, it will have to pay up. It means if officers come here for a police call, they'll have the option of issuing a nuisance ticket, and that first ticket is $100, with it climbing all the way up to $2,500. It's a lot of money, and it could add up, especially when you consider that according to the most recent numbers released by the department, police were called here to this Walmart 486 times in the first 5 months of the year.
486 times in 5 months.
That's insane. There's definitely something going on.
Twice a day.
Man, they need some private
This is
security.
what happens when you don't have a Waffle House.
Yeah, you got to let all the
Good
bad
point.
shit happen at the Waffle House.
So that's
No.
$1.2 million if they stuck with a $2,500 fine.
Mm-hmm. The funny thing is, I went on a bit of a deep dive, a rabbit hole, if you will. This Walmart has had many, many, many incidents. I'm only going to show you a couple, but there have been incidents within roughly 1 square mile of this Walmart. There was a shooting at the Great Times Family Fun Park, for instance, which is right across the street. This is all fairly recent, but let me play this on, and like I said, I'll play a second clip and then we can talk.
And Mayor Buckley telling me the calls are for one thing or another. Sometimes it's for a fight, other times theft. But more often than not, police are called to the store for a situation that they say Walmart should be able to handle on its own. The final straw for Buckley came yesterday when a shoplifting incident escalated and led to a police chase and a man shooting himself in the head.
I had important meetings for city business, including the future of St. Francis Hospital, that I had to stop and be interrupted because I had to deal with Walmart. I'm not going to do it anymore. I've had it with them, and if they don't want to become a good corporate partner, then hang on, because we're going to court.
Now, Buckley acknowledging Walmart has made some progress in the past few months, hiring off-duty police officers to work security, but he says excess calls are still coming in and the city's resources are still being drained. Now, I did talk with a Walmart representative just a few minutes ago. Now, their take, they are aware of the issue. They're working to address it. They've implemented a program that they say will reduce the number of calls to law enforcement, but they stressed if there are criminals in their store, and if they believe that they need law enforcement's help, they are still going to call police. Reporting live in Beech Grove, Ann Kelly, RTV6.
I don't know what's going on with this crazy world anymore. I'm afraid to go out.
Less than 2 days after a deadly mass shooting at a local FedEx facility, and an incident today had a lot of people saying, not again. Thanks so much for joining us here at 11 o'clock. I'm Nicole Griffin. Shots were fired at the Beech Grove Walmart, sending shoppers scrambling and officers racing to the scene. WRTV's Nikki Dementri explains what happened and why in this case the timing could not have been more frightening.
Just going to work and everything, and I was just all of a sudden hearing people screaming, "Get out of the building."
Jamie Linsday works at the Beech Grove Walmart.
Apparently there were shots fired.
Saturday afternoon, he found himself running out of the back of the building with dozens of others, like Teresa Kidd.
Walmart, and this is where I shop.
Who says she was heading towards the checkout line when she heard the shots.
I don't ever want to go through this again, ever.
Originally dispatched for a resisting call while en route, IMPD says they learned shots were fired here at this Walmart. IMPD says a Good Samaritan intervened at a shoplifting incident. Once police were called, a scuffle ensued. And then police say that Good Samaritan pulled his legally carried gun and shot at the suspect moments after that same suspect pulled a gun on him.
It definitely does our hearts good that nobody was injured during this altercation. We thank the public that witnessed what was going on and jumped into action with us.
The man was caught by police in the parking lot and then taken to the hospital for unrelated minor injuries.
What happened today and what happened a few days ago are things that many people don't see in a lifetime. So it will alter our lives. It has altered our lives.
On the mind of many, what happened just a 20-minute drive away on Thursday night.
I live about 10 minutes from the FedEx building, so it already was like hitting pretty hard just knowing that happened close by where I live, and then this happened at my workplace. It just creates like just a whole lot of extra uneasiness.
Several are still shaken from what happened at Walmart Saturday, but thankful no one is injured.
For our community, it's important that we stand together. It's important that we support one another. It's important that we lean on one another during these difficult and challenging times.
Working for you, Nikki Dementri, WRTV.
Huh.
Okay. So, yeah. Multiple incidents. This one was a case of a Good Samaritan who I'm going to argue is lucky he missed. Okay. So the first lady, who I'm arguing took the heat for that brawl, but was actually acting in self-defense, as was her 6-year-old son, even though it looked white trash as hell. That's my kind of stance at this point. I'm grateful that this incident, unlike the Greenwood Park Mall shooting, which happened a few miles away from this, where mass shooter gets taken down by a hero, that hero's life is forever sort of tainted by that encounter. You know, I think this scenario we just heard about, it's lucky no one got shot, even though the right person pulled their gun and fired, right? They both had guns in the Walmart. There was another scenario where there were like 3 shots fired in this Walmart. Similar situation. I've got one more clip, but I'm happy to open it up.
I've got some notes on that first video. Whether or not it was a belly or an English muffin that we saw, it probably should have been pixelated anyway. Also, the one lady who we're sort of deciding was in the defense, even though she kind of looked like had the upper hand, and she had the kid who she was encouraging. The kid looked like he was well on his way to being delinquent anyway, but she also had a YOLO shirt on. You only live once. Got to get that last bottle of shampoo. You only live once, right?
And the kid had a Batman shirt on too, didn't he?
And the whole thing with calling the police for every little thing, I didn't think of this at first, but I came across a couple women screaming at each other when I was walking the dog earlier this year. They were on my street, not in front of my house, luckily, but I stopped to kind of see what was going on. I didn't intervene. I just kind of stood there, and there was no like physical violence. And I was kind of like standing there thinking, if it does come to that, I'll be a witness. Maybe I'll call the cops then. But I didn't want to call the cops right away because so far I hadn't seen anything really like anything violent happen. There were many accusations being thrown. It was a tough situation where the one woman was the enabling mother of a meth addict who his kids were, being exposed to bad stuff, and he was about to lose custody, and it was like understandably a nasty situation. The one girl, she wanted me to call the cops, and I'm like, I haven't seen anything happen yet. Why am I going to call the cops? This is between you two, you know? And I don't know if that's the right thing to do exactly, but you know, I don't like to just run to the cops for every little problem, dispute resolution kind of thing, you know?
If it were a civilized society, people would have broken up that fight like before it even started and told these two ladies to fucking back up and go their separate ways and shut the fuck up. But we don't live in a civilized society because everybody's afraid of getting in trouble for being the Good Samaritan, because chances are they would.
I'm just wondering where management was, and I'm also wondering why they don't just simply get some security.
You know how big Walmart is?
No. Well, they need more security.
Oh, yeah, they're massive.
Like lots of security. But
yeah,
it's interesting. I was just looking it up. Walmart, the company was founded by Sam Walton in 1962 and incorporated on October 31st, 1969. So that was Halloween. Just a little interesting thing.
Yeah.
You've got to wonder, like, I'm just sort of wondering, sorry, Ashley, I'm just wondering if this is sort of bringing us back to the silent weapons for quiet wars sort of discussion that we had about, you know, are there frequencies in that area? Are they doing a test? You just got to wonder what's underground, what's being emanated from underground, perhaps. I don't know.
And I don't disagree with that. I was going to say that the Walton family continues to be involved in Walmart and incredibly rich. Their base is, I think, Bentonville, Arkansas, and it's an extremely wealthy area because of all the Walmart money. And certainly these people are bought in with, you know, they're towing the agenda line, right? And they're on board with all the things of the predator class. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, I would say that, yes, it is possible a silent weapon situation, but also people are purposefully being driven to the brink of madness, right?
Yes.
Like
Yeah, true.
a society. So it's coming at them from every way you could imagine. So I would 100% believe that there's bad vibes, bad juju, bad frequencies, whatever. But also people are just being put in a position of literally intentionally being pushed to the brink of psychosis, so much so that you're going to fight somebody and have your child involved in a fight over a bottle of shampoo. Now, even for me, like wrong, right, whatever, but the fact is, when you get involved in a kerfuffle like that, you don't know the level of insanity of the person that you're engaging with, right? So you are irresponsibly putting your child at risk no matter what. And honestly, engaging in something like that to begin with, like, yeah, she might have had it coming. However, you have to think about, well, if I get knocked down and I get a concussion because she falls on me, or if I...
Ooh, you cut out, Ashley.
Uh-oh.
Well, she's frozen in a really funny, like she's doing like the
right
Italian
in the middle
thing.
of it.
So I actually, I heard a podcast recently.
But
They were
anyway,
talking about modern cars.
The thing about Walmart.
without me, or if my kid somehow gets injured from this. Did I lose y'all?
Yeah.
We lost
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Okay, so you couldn't see me.
You did.
I couldn't see you. I could see Stella's icon, and then everybody else's was just swirling. I was like, what's going on here? Because we've had internet issues. Anyway, so it's just it's a crazy situation, and it's an unnecessary risk. You shouldn't be, you got to protect the baby.
Yeah, that's the bit I found absolutely appalling, was bringing the child into it. And, I mean, that's obviously how they get treated at home. Oh, do fucking this and fucking that. It's like, what future does a child like that have? I mean, of course they're going to end up as some sort of a delinquent with a mother like that.
Yeah,
Bloody
yeah.
hell.
I'm sure
I'm quite upset about that.
the
But I
way
think
he
they
was
both should have
acting
been
has
charged.
to be a lot of the way she acts to him at home, right?
Yep, yeah. I think they both should have been charged for whatever. I'm sure there's plenty of things they could have come up with, public
think-
nuisance, disturbance of the peace, whatever.
I think they both should have been charged too. Yeah, frankly, because they were both being bitches. Honestly, I
very
couldn't
unruly.
believe the one got away with it when she was the one that got up out of the rascal scooter. and was like ready to
Yeah, she
fucking
was the aggressor.
go. She
You
was
want
the
some?
aggressor. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying it's right to bring the kid into it at all. It's not right.
It's
But
disgusting.
I think the other lady was like more guilty of aggressing. From what I gathered, it was kind of hard to, and it's kind of splitting hairs, to tell you the truth. It just sucks it even happened, and it sucks nobody got involved.
Mm.
And I'll show you a real funny one. Well, I've got one more of this Walmart, and then I've got a song.
I
So
was
maybe
I was actually going to differ with you a little bit, Mike. It sucks
Go
that
ahead.
no one got involved. I almost think that in a situation like that, I mean, minus the kid, those two women, they kind of were evenly matched. Like, let them fight.
I mean, I guess, man, but I don't know.
Take it outside for a start.
I feel like
and
a
don't let
couple
the
of
kid watch.
I feel like a couple of dudes should have like pulled them apart.
Yeah, that would have been ideal for sure.
But again, you're putting yourself in a position of laying hands on someone who you don't know, and they very well might try to sue you. And whether or not they're successful, that's a fucking hassle, you know.
Yeah. And for me, I would have been worried about the kid, but if I saw that happening, so let's say you remove the complicating factor of the child. If I saw that happening in Walmart, I would not get involved, and I would watch it, and I probably would record it.
Yeah. Well, it's the rational thing to do. I mean,
I wanted to
unfortunately.
I wanted to get in on some of what Ashley was saying about how they've got us all so like amped up and ready to pop. I heard a podcast on Tom Luongo's show recently. They were talking about cars and how they're not making cars that you want to buy. Like all these electric cars, all the features on all the cars, they're making them way more expensive so that no one can actually afford them. They're making it more of a hassle to drive. They're making it harder to see when you're merging and turning and stuff like that because of the huge columns in the cars. And it's not that they couldn't make them so much better. It's that they actually want us to be oppressed in that way. They want us to not want to drive. They want us to not travel, essentially. It's also like the inflation, and I mean, it comes from many angles, the 5th generation warfare thing, but between inflation and the ever increasing price of a car, it's like they're pushing us to the brink so that we will crack. Like that's kind of the goal, I think.
Yeah, and I was gonna
definitely.
Go ahead, Sel. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to reinforce what you said. Everyone is definitely a lot more angry since 2020, aren't they? How can you not be? I mean, look at what's happening. Look at the injustices that we're being presented with non-stop. We'd be inhuman if we weren't a bit angry. But yeah, some people just obviously have a little bit of trouble controlling that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that it's coming out against our fellow citizens as well, as opposed to the predator class who is actually doing the social engineering. That's the real problem, is that we see each other as an enemy. You know, you get cut off, you're wanting to flip them off, you're being mad at them, but it's like, where is this coming from? Ultimately, it's totally directed at the wrong people. But of course, they know that. The social engineers know that. And I put something over here in the chat about this book, Frustration and Aggression. And it is basically this. I'll just read this little review. It said, here is a review. Oh, no, I said that. A most detailed read of the power structure's methods in controlling a society through seemingly everyday emotional situations. Playing on unbalanced brains that lead to emotional instability has been understood well before Yale University's Department of Behavioral Research put this little piece together. LOL. All in all, it reads like a self-help book. So I think that with that understanding that we have the social engineers, we know that they're turning the damn frogs gay. We know that there's poison in the food, poison in the water, poison in the air, that there's propaganda everywhere. So they really are coming at us from all angles to induce that mental illness angle. And then they want to use the mental illness to red flag law and all that stuff. But the other thing is that it actually turns into money in their pockets, because I think something like 70% of people in the United States are on an SSRI, knowing that an SSRI doesn't actually treat depression, and it definitely doesn't get to the root cause of the depression, right? But that is a big, big business. And then the aggression side of things, when you get people being aggressive because they come from poverty and they're divided and conquered and uneducated, indoctrinated, all this stuff, then you're also feeding the military industrial complex. So it is win-win for the predator class to create these exact situations and worse that we're talking about here.
Absolutely. Yeah, when people do pop off, it gives them an excuse to enforce more authoritarianism.
So the reason I got onto this Walmart was because today I got, like I alluded to, I got a live update through the Citizen app about how there was a stabbing at the Beech Grove Walmart, and how the person who got stabbed was an attempted thief who got stabbed by their own knife when a shopper disarmed them and stabbed them in the stomach. And I'm gonna try to follow this case, because I am afraid that the shopper who stabbed the thief is gonna go to jail. Right?
Yeah, and ultimately it does beg the question though, why did the shopper stab them? Like, why would you go to bat to save Walmart from their shrinkage? You know, Walmart's not doing anything to stop it, and we know that these corporate companies are setting their, like, they're telling their employees to not bother, right? So unless the thief was threatening that person directly or another shopper, then, you know, so some of the nuance would matter. But otherwise, absolutely, if you're somewhere and somebody's robbing Walmart, let them get robbed. You know, if they don't want to get robbed, then they shouldn't be participating in, you know, the technocracy, basically.
Well, let me read to you the updates. There's only like 5. So it says police are searching for 2 suspects wanted for robbing the Walmart and fleeing in a 2008 white Chevy Impala. Just a moment. Officers advised that one of the suspects may have been stabbed by a person at the scene attempting to stop the robbery. An employee was hit over the head by the suspects during the robbery. So there you go. There was violence initiated by the robbers. They cracked an employee over the head and someone else got involved. Let's see here. Witnesses on the scene state that one of the suspects was armed with a knife, but a bystander was able to take the suspect's knife and stab them in the stomach. The extent to the suspect's injuries is unclear. And it says officers are canvassing local hospitals for the suspect that was stabbed. That's the last I saw. So this Walmart, man. Okay. Yeah. Let me just finish what I have with this Walmart, and we can wrap her up and talk about something different. But here you go.
Investigating after someone fired a shot inside a Walmart.
Yeah, it happened at the same location that's had a history of issues, including that fight in a shampoo aisle that went viral several years ago. Fox 59's Max Lewis spoke with shoppers and police today.
Yeah, they tell us they're fed up with the violence at this particular store. Max?
The Beech Grove Walmart here off of Emerson has quite the reputation as being the scene of several violent incidents. The latest happened last night when several women got into a fight. That led to someone taking out a gun and pulling the trigger. Police say the incident started with 2 women arguing, which led to a physical fight. A third woman tried to intervene, and that's when the gun went off at around 9 o'clock last night.
It is our understanding that these people know each other before this incident occurred, and this very well could be a spillover of an ongoing dispute.
Beech Grove Deputy Police Chief Robert Mercury acknowledged this is just the latest in a series of troubling incidents.
Last year, someone fired 3 shots inside the store. It happened when a shoplifter who was being detained pulled out a gun and a customer fired their gun.
What you gonna do? Come on.
You can see we reported on the most infamous incident back in 2015 when 2 women were caught on a viral video beating each other in the shampoo aisle.
The onus of this, the responsibility of this, are the 2 actors involved. They're the individuals that are bringing their dispute here.
The store has become somewhat of a tourist attraction for some shoppers.
I'm in Franklin Township. I'm closer to the Walmart on the county line, but I come here to see the crazy stuff that happens at this Walmart.
Jeremy Pelton agrees with the police department that people need to clean up their
Yeah, I fucking love this guy.
It's stupid, but people are till it starts at home. These people have no discipline in their house, and stupid stuff like this is always going to happen.
Despite the store's troubled past, Beech Grove police said Walmart has been cooperative and is doing what it can to keep shoppers safe.
They do have uniformed officers working there. Not very many Walmarts have that. They have loss prevention, but they have uniformed officers.
Some, however, remain unconvinced.
It's sad because Beech Grove used to be decent, but it's turned into a big zoo.
Police tell us they are viewing surveillance cameras and continue to investigate what happened here. So far, no arrests have been made. In Beech Grove, I'm Max Lewis.
So, thing about Walmart is they have all this security being provided by their local authorities and whatnot, but it's kind of similar to the situation with Amazon, where a lot of their shipping, at least, is done by government. So Walmart is utilizing the government to in order to have security at their place. My little Lolbert take that goes right in there. What's up, y'all? Mike's back.
Hey, my bad.
Daddy's home.
I fucked up.
I agree though, Ando. Like if this Walmart has such a problem with this kind of thing, they need to figure it out themselves.
Yeah.
And they're perfectly capable of it. Or you would think.
But what if it's like a there's like a thin veil between like that Walmart and like the first level of hell?
Ghost, yeah.
I don't know.
So I would say that I would be curious to see what our buddy Jen thinks about that. And shout out Jen, he is watching us. He's watching the stream on Twitter. But
you can send him the link.
And well, that kind of goes to what Stell was saying as well, you know, with the directed energy and like the bad vibration of that place. But I had a question about, okay, so how do we get here, right? How do we get to that place of, like the guy said, the tourist said that it used to be good and it turned into a zoo. So I would be very curious about the societal changes that happened in the years or decades leading up to this point, right? Do we have like, this was a thriving place, the chat, that this was a thriving place, and then all of a sudden, like, the jobs went away and all of a sudden government welfare came in, or what? You know what I mean? Like, what changed to take it from a decent place to a place where you now go to Walmart for the crime tourism?
Yeah.
That would be pretty hard to pinpoint what changed the demographic, wouldn't it? I mean, it could be real estate. It could be people getting out of other places, coming there for some reason.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'd be very hard to-
sometimes there's an obvious thing, like the town was hopping like steel mill towns or something, right?
Yeah.
And then it's abandoned. But yeah, you're right. There's probably a lot of factors to that.
I would pin it on general social decay personally. But it is interesting that just so much happens at this one place, because I live close by here. It's not like the ghetto, you know, it's kind of like a middle class area, right? Like very straight up like middle class or mixed, you know, upper low class to lower middle kind of, I don't know. But
there's a Walmart not far from me, and I guess I would say it's one of my local ones. I'm not really close to any of them, but it's not in one of the bigger cities near here. But man, if you want to see like the dregs of the area, that's where to go.
It's usually not like the finest representation. When you go to the Walmart, it's not like the cream of the crop. Yeah, I'm sorry. I go to Walmart, but like, you hang out in the Walmart, there's a lot of very obese people. It's usually like lower income folk. And who cares? It shouldn't matter. We're supposed to live in a civilized society, but we're seeing these indicators that maybe we don't. Right?
Yeah, this is just a symptom of
it's a symptom.
What has been engineered. Also, never mind, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
I was going to say, if you're doing your food shopping at Walmart, you might want to think twice, because I would think that the quality of the food contributes to people's decay, both physically and mentally.
Well, I mean, really, neither of these women were like healthy looking. So,
No, they were pretty evenly matched, weren't they?
Yeah.
Wasn't there something weird about Walmart? I mean, people used to say it was actually, the name was Martial Law, because it's Walmart, Mart and then law backwards. But I think that was just rubbish. But wasn't there something weird about? I saw some footage of this section in a Walmart which apparently went underground. Like it was all sort of blocked off from people. Did you guys ever see that? It was probably about a year or two ago that I saw it.
There was some stuff during the pandemic when they would
all
cordon
closed,
off.
that's right. Yeah.
They would cordon off the like the non-food, what do you call it? Necessary,
non-essential.
Non-essential. Yes, thank you, Mike. Yeah. That might have been it.
Is that what you meant?
that
Or you
wasn't
meant
it.
they built underground, Stella?
There was like a section in the middle of the floor, and I'm pretty sure it might have. I'm trying to remember if it was closed off or not. In fact, I think there were people wandering around, but it was like this big section in the middle of the floor that was like being excavated, like underground. And that's right. I remember the excuse was something to do with they were fixing pipes or air conditioning or something like that. But it was just really odd. I thought you guys might have seen it. Sorry to be so vague, but
that is odd, because usually in a Walmart, the way they build them, they put all the plumbing and HVAC and stuff above. Like it's all on the roof and running around in the ceiling. It's not underground. It's like a solid cement pad, as far as I know.
Space. Whoops,
See if
a
I
big
can find it.
warehouse. Yeah. Well, Jin tried to hop in, but he seems to be having some difficulties. Let me just play this for the fun of it, because it's funny.
He said he would jump on in 5. He's going to charge his phone.
Cool.
No, really? There's kids all around.
Yes, some bullshit. Goddamn bullshit. Fighting in the Walmart.
Daddy, don't do that.
Acting like that up in the Walmart. Ain't no sense in it. No, sir.
Yeah. All up in the Walmart, got my Batman shirt. If you try and start a fight with my mama, bitch, you get hurt. Get your fat ass out your scooter and roll on out. Sure, I'm only 5, but I punch you in the mouth. I like Spider-Man, and I like to have fun. You better watch yourself. Bitch, you want some, you be laying on the ground, and there's nothing you can do. Skeet up in your face with a bottle of shampoo.
The white trash family, that's as real as it gets. Slap a bitch up in the Walmart, shut down the internet. White trash family, that's as real as it gets. Slap a bitch up in the Walmart, shut down the internet.
Yeah, big shout out to my grandma locked down in state prison, and Uncle Daddy, and my daddy, whoever the fuck that is. Keep it real, motherfucker.
I'm glad we got to see the non-pixelated English muffin again.
We'll go with muffin.
I was so glad to find that one. That gave me such joy today when I found that song. I'm like, yes, thank you, Jesus. This is what I've been waiting for. This.
Well, I also appreciate the art in general. We were just talking to Randy at Soundwave Promotions yesterday, and he does clips and stuff similar to that, and it is its own art form. Sorry,
Yep.
Stella, go ahead.
Oh no, that's fine. was going to say, I think the muffin might have been a bit of crumpet.
Was it a crumpet or a muffin? Yeah, it's hard to say.
In this context, I like
Buttery
English
crumpet.
muffin just because of the muff part. That kind of makes sense.
That is true. Good point.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, whoever made that video, pretty rad, man. Pretty good track. We got Jin the Ninja trying to jump in here again. Pardon all my stuff. Jin, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, guys. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, Stella. Hey, Ando. Hey, Mike. Hey,
What's
Bear.
happening,
We've
man?
never met, but it's good to meet you.
Good to meet you, Jen.
And I just
So-
want to apologize. The last time I was on the show, I had really bad mic etiquette. It's because I blame the Bluetooth mic I was using. I should have muted it. You could hear me breathing in that episode. I really
Hey,
apologize.
we all live and we all learn. It's all good, man.
Hey, so straight to it, Jen, as Stella was saying, bad vibes, maybe the quiet energy weapons. Mike was saying a thinner veil between that Walmart and the gates of hell. What do you think?
I mean, I tend
Wait,
to go.
wait.
Okay, sorry. No, I
The-
tend to go. I
The
tend
real
to go more-
question
Sorry, Ando. Go ahead.
is,
I
is the
apologize.
sorry, but I think my internet's slow, so whenever I try
You're
to
a little
talk, it
laggy,
comes
but it's
out later.
okay.
Anyway,
You're good.
yeah, it's laggy as shit. Anyway, I think that this is the work of the Shampoo Cabra.
I like that. I mean, I tend to go more like materialistic with this. Like, I'm more with Ashley on this. I just think that the town probably is depressed. I think that there's clearly like a generational poverty thing happening. It just looks like a post-industrial town. I used to never shop at Walmart. Like, when I was like a city person, I would have died if I had to go in. But now that I live like in the country, I don't care. I go. It's totally good. I totally get it now. It totally like clicked for me. I was like, oh, this is like where real people shop and do stuff. So I get it now. But so I think that that's just the truth. I think that you always have that. You have, I think it's all economic. I think everything can really boil down to economics.
Yeah, and I would say, because we were talking about in the chat over here a little bit, that the town is not super run down. I will say that in my town, and Ando's been here. Actually, I was going to take him to the Walmart. It didn't end up happening. And I normally don't go there because I consider it to be pretty awful, even though this town is like a mixture, right? There's a whole range. There's poverty, but there's the bourgeoisie, right? And when I go to the Walmart, though, I'm like, oh boy, this looks like a downtrodden group of people. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean, it makes me sad because they look rough. They look like people who war has been declared on them and they don't know it.
It's been that way for a while too. Really. I mean, it's no different than it was when I was in high school. Like, Walmart was kind of trashy, but there was an allure at the same time. Then again, I think back to when I was a kid, and when I was a kid, it was like the Walmart greeter, was what I thought of. The guy that says, the old guy, like 90 years old, welcome to Walmart. Would you like a sticker? It's like, yeah, I want a sticker. Fuck yeah.
Like, obviously.
Yeah, give me that little smiley face sticker. And it's kind of taken a dive, but it's been a gradual kind of decline. Of course, there's probably like bougie Walmarts and shit, but yeah.
I've never seen one. I've never seen a bougie Walmart.
I will say that the real bougie towns kept them out. And that's a fact. In another part of North Carolina that Ando was just recently in, and we were chatting, one of the areas that he was in, I said, this is where the nicer part of town where a lot of the rich people live. And that town specifically fought to keep Walmart out. So that's kind of a good point, Jen, that actually the towns that the rich people know and they don't want it there.
Mm-hmm.
My little town
I
tried
think
to
my
keep
town
out,
did that too.
What was that, Bear?
I think my town did that too. Someone wanted to put one in like right on the outskirts of town and they put it down. They'd have strip malls and stuff anyway, but no Walmart.
Well, I think this is like, it's the latest iteration of something that's been going on for a very, very long time. So my grandfather was in the meat packing business. There was such a thing as Whistler's Meat Packing in Elkhart, Indiana. And they sold to all the local grocers and the local butcher shops. And, they're selling meat by the half an animal, right? Like, anywho, they went out of business because all the small town grocers went out of business, right? And all we're left with is Kroger, City Market, fucking Aldi, fucking
Giant,
Piggly Wiggly, whatever it is in your area. Truth is, they're all owned by one of 2 or 3 companies, right? There is no local grocer. There is no local butcher. And we all have to go pick from the shit at Walmart or at Kroger.
Mm-hmm.
And no wonder everyone's on edge.
Stella, is it like that where you live as well? I mean, do you feel like you still have some local good options? I know you have the chain of Kohl's and Woolworths, but are some of them super run down like this? Because I know that traditionally America has been the leader in like the obesity epidemic, right? And we certainly have rampant poverty. And I imagine that is now being exported, but I think we were the test case for the obesity thing to see if the food would make you fat. So I'm curious if you have that there.
You're asking sort of specifically about obesity?
Just
sort of
if
increased?
the stores that you are like, this is where the poor people shop, like, or this is where the downtrodden shop.
That's an interesting question. Well, I mean, we have shopping centre, like large shopping centres, but they're probably not as big as that. Costco came to Australia. Don't know when that was. Probably about at least 10 years ago, maybe more. I've never been in one. We have Westfields. They used to be owned by Frank Lowy, and that's a Jewish family, and that was sold maybe about 6 years ago. Oh gosh, probably longer. Which I thought was interesting timing because they've had that for years, and they sold out. So, but as far as the obesity sort of thing goes, I did notice over probably 20, 30 years, I guess, as more American food and American type of, I suppose, fooditude, attitude about food, and takeaways and things came here, like more and more and more. Yeah, I definitely saw an obesity factor start to come in because really I mean, I can only generalize, but I wouldn't say that there was particularly, it was an obese kind of country, really, if I can generalize that much. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions, but it just wasn't sort of like that. But yeah, it's definitely, I keep thinking through the years, it sort of seems to be becoming more and more Americanized, I mean, there's very little difference sort of now. So yeah, I'd say it sort of happened fairly gradually.
We do have farm marts here too. I just will say, like, where I live is very agricultural, so I am lucky in that way that it's very rural. So you have like farm stands, produce stands. So we do have that. So that is very good, and like you get eggs and everything that you pretty much need, like vegetable wise. So that's good.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
that's
actually,
very good.
I do remember probably maybe 2 or 3 people that I knew through the time that had been to America. They all seemed to say the same thing, that it was really hard to get some good, wholesome food. But I'm going to assume that they were probably stayed in the cities, so they probably didn't go out venturing out to agricultural areas that much. But yeah, they said it was almost impossible to find a nice fresh salad. But that again, that's going back a few years too. So maybe things have changed a bit.
For me, like I do most of my shopping at the farmers market now, just to stay away from those big chains. But most of it is not organic. Most of it is being brought in by just sellers. I'm not buying it directly from the farmers for the most part. I've got a beef source where I'm buying it directly from the person who raises the beef, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, even like our local farm places, like a lot of them are not organic. It's hard to find even in farm country because there just aren't that many organic farmers around here.
Yeah, that's sad, isn't it?
They've destroyed our food culture, or rather, we've allowed it to be destroyed here in the States. We have no I don't know. It's a very subset of the population. It's a counterculture who goes to the market every week and buys their food fresh from the farmer, whereas that is the norm most places. Or at least it has been. It used to be.
The consumer does have a lot of power. The trouble is, it's about money, isn't it? The consumer is also being, whipped beyond belief to make a living and pay off mortgages, etc., etc., etc. So they're going to go for the cheaper stuff when every dollar counts.
And priorities too. There's not in America. There's not a culture of prioritizing your food over things like having a nice car. I've heard that in other countries, people spend a much greater portion of their paycheck to buy quality food than we do here in America. And we tend to be more susceptible to just like sugar culture and buy whatever's cheap rather than what's healthy.
Yeah, and that is true too. I bet a lot of the people that, say that they're on the breadline and they're shopping for really cheap food and that, I can almost guarantee they got a number of subscriptions.
I've volunteered at the food bank, and the people who come in to get food from the food bank, they're driving nicer cars than me.
Right.
They're wearing brand new sneakers and brand new jeans. And I'm like, why am I doing the volunteering here? Rather, like, what am I doing?
Oh, Bear.
No, I agree with you.
That
Bear.
was a long time ago. I haven't been there for a while, so
I've
don't
seen that
give me
before.
like social credit or anything for that. But
Well, I wanted to chime in to Bear's point, and Stella's point. Whenever I was in college, one of my jobs that I worked was at a subset of Wachovia, which was a bank that was lost in the merger, Great Recession, all that stuff. Subprime mortgages, all that stuff. Yeah, Wachovia. So they had a subprime loan division, or loans that were in default division, and it was known as Home Q, or spelled like home ec. But we would call people who were delinquent on their mortgage. So in my case, and my training level was what they referred to as bucket 1, which was people that were only like 30 days past due, as opposed to, like 60 or 90 days, where it goes into different buckets when it gets a little further down the line. And that was one of the things that we were advised, so we could help them set up a payment plan to try to catch up and get back on track. And that was some of the stuff that we were advised to go over with them. Like, well, okay, so let's look at it. Our mortgage is our priority, right? So our cable bill, and this was before streaming was huge or at all. But mortgage is more important than our cable bill. So could we cut out our cable bill and focus on our mortgage, and just things like that, and prioritizing. I will also say that it does seem like common sense. However, it seems to be part of the 5th generation warfare, right? The of people so oblivious, so in the dark about budgeting their money, about getting ahead, about fiscal responsibility, that that people are unaware. and it like doesn't even occur to them, which is amazing to me, but that happens.
That's really fascinating, Ashley. So did you find that they were resistant to changing like habits, or they just didn't know?
So I felt like people were more beat down. That's what I thought. I would talk to people that like their mortgage payment, all that stuff had been so screwed up on the part of the actual bank, and they were grinding. They were working really hard. Now, I didn't always get into the details about the payment plan, and there were people that were better at that than me, but I felt like for the most part, these are people that are trying, or these are people that got in way over their head, and they were tricked by the shiny object. And I know a lot of people are like, well, they're not taking accountability. There's no such thing as predatory lending. Yes, there absolutely is, especially if we understand where the system comes from. So I felt that these people were either more distracted by the shiny thing, like, oh, I can have a really nice house for with an adjustable rate mortgage, so it's almost nothing right now, but in 5 years it's going to go to like 10% interest, and then I won't be able to afford it. Or it was people that something had happened to them, they lost a job, they lost a spouse, and then they were grinding like every day of the week. So I felt, and I'm pulling for the average man. Like that has always been something that mattered to me. Like I come from poverty, like, and I mean abject poverty is where my grandparents came from, sharecroppers in the mountains, right? So I have sympathy for that and for people that are dealing with that. So I really wasn't on the side of the bank, even though that was my job. I just felt like these people, it just sucks. It sucks. This whole system sucks.
Yeah, well, in the context of that housing bubble that led up to 08, those banks were actually targeting like elderly Black couples. They were going to them and saying, hey, would you like to remortgage your house, take out a home equity loan with this loan that you can't afford? But they wouldn't put it that way. They were just,
Correct.
They saw them as a vulnerable population. Yep. And decided to target them to increase their debt capital, essentially.
Yeah. And this was preceding 08. This was leading up into the years of 08 when I was working there. So this was like that bubble was building when this was happening. And it would not be long after that before the bubble popped. And then you have unbelievable foreclosures everywhere.
So I'm tempted to I want to tie in what we've been talking about with what I want to talk about next. And Ashley, you said that your grandparents lived in abject poverty. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I've seen photos of my great grandmother where she grew up in like the shanty towns of Chicago in the Great Depression. And I've seen the photos. I mean, they were living outside of the walls of Soldier Field for like a long time in like a cardboard hut. Right? So I get a little bit upset when I see stuff like this. I'm just going to play it. You may or may not have seen clips from this. It's gone kind of viral lately. But here you go. Oh, hang on. Volume.
I am proud to be Black. 3, 2, 1.
Well, all right, y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Hand clap for y'all. Yeah.
I'm glad that we all strongly agree. Yeah.
I am proud to be white. 3, 2, 1. Just be in the middle.
Yeah. Can there be a middle?
All right.
Gotta pick a side.
I almost went there too. It's like
I think
so
like
hard.
guiltily, like I'm like happy that I'm not oppressed, but I'm not proud of like
things people have done in the past.
When I think of being proud of something, I think of something I worked for, or that I had to do nothing to be white, absolutely nothing, and nothing was taken from me because I was white. And a lot of reasons that I don't like proud to be white is because it has the Nazis used it, the KKK used it. I don't want to be associated with any of those things, so I'm just going to completely stay away from that.
I'm a proud white person is a completely different saying than saying I'm a proud Black person. Because when you hear I'm a proud Black person, I think empowerment, I think strength. But then when you say I'm a proud white person, already there's so much like hate involved in that.
Thing about that is like how you said, someone who says I'm proud to be Black, that's empowerment. Why aren't I allowed to be proud to be white? What makes it wrong? You haven't been oppressed.
Yeah, what are you proud of? Just your skin color? Because yes, that is wrong.
This is one of the saddest video I've watched in a long time. Can you believe how brainwashed these people are? Ashamed of your own skin color? You didn't choose to be born white or Black. And every person should be proud of whatever race they're born into. In the name of Jesus, please believe that. I feel bad for this young generation, man. And for anybody who watched this and actually agrees with whatever's happening here, what's next? Once a person openly admit that they are ashamed of their own skin color, what's next?
That's a good question.
Do we really have to be proud about anything? I mean,
Well,
as that
that's a good
bloke
question.
said, as
Yeah.
that bloke said, if you work for something, you can feel a sense of accomplishment. I hate the word pride. I don't even say it to my son. Like, I am, in the conventional sense, of course I'm proud of him, but I don't even like using that word. So I always try to use an alternative, like, wow, that was a fantastic job you did, or something like that. I resist the word pride because I always think of Satan.
Well, pride is one of the 7 sins, right? The 7 deadly sins. And yet we
I think so,
glorify
yeah.
this thing of pride in our society.
Yeah. What's with that?
Well,
When did that
I am
start?
proud to be white and I'm proud to be straight. So, and I'm not afraid to say that shit anymore. They beat you down and try to make it to where you can't be proud of what you are, and it's pretty fucked up. So, obviously, you see those Black people at the beginning of that video. There's audio listeners at the beginning of the video. A whole bunch of Black people go to strongly agree. Half of the white people sit in the middle, and most of them say that they're ashamed of being white. That's fucking pathetic. That's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was team white girls on that. I mean, the one that stayed in the middle, I felt bad because you could tell I could tell that she wanted to be on that, like, I'm like cool. Like I'm with Stella on that. Like, I don't use that word either. But like, she shouldn't feel bad. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. I mean, I'm sorry, I shouldn't swear. I apologize.
No, you can swear.
Oh, you can swear.
There's
This is the what the fuck forum.
It's called what the
I
fuck.
know. I'm not used to it. I'm sorry, guys.
all good. But what was more interesting, you had the one kind of skinny blonde girl who stayed dead center the whole time. Good for her. I agree. Like, that's a pretty good stance. And then you had the other girl, slightly more rotund girl, who she stays in the middle at first, but she ends up taking one step towards, into the somewhat agree.
I liked her the best.
Yes. And I have another video the title I gave it was, "Do I have to be proud?" And I think we've raised that question. Any comments before I play this?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead,
Sorry.
Ando.
I bet all those white people are libtards.
I mean,
So
that
safe-
guy,
safe
what
bet.
was wrong with him? That guy that just went on and on. I just
Yeah.
kept thinking low T, like you're so low T.
Big time.
The Nazis.
Big time. Yeah. So I think that, yes, there is a huge element that people are not getting, in that poverty is a problem. Poverty will keep you down. Poverty is a cycle, right? Just like many other things, right? Like addiction in families, things like that. So isn't poverty. Okay. So a lot of times when people come from a really poor background, they remain poor. That's because they don't have the tools and they don't have the education. They have indoctrination, but they don't have education to feel that they have what they need, or they don't even have the self-confidence to get out of that hole, right? So it becomes like a mindset. It is a mindset. And it's very easy to see. There's a lot of poverty in Appalachia, and that's where I come from. And it's difficult for people to get out of that mindset. But that is not talked about, of course, because that doesn't go with the narrative that only certain people are oppressed, as opposed to war has been declared on us all, especially the
Bingo.
poor.
Yeah, and that's what the white
yes.
people in that video didn't seem to get. And it's like all of the people seemed to be probably from a similar financial demographic. Probably they're probably all oppressed in some way, and yet some of them identify with that, and some of them feel guilty because they think somehow they've been tricked into thinking that they are the oppressors.
Yeah, it's like my oppression's bigger than your oppression. It's just becoming this competition almost.
I mean,
love
that's yeah. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I love the way Ashley put it, that like we are so confused in thinking it's us versus each other when it just so isn't. But go ahead, Jen. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I mean, I just think it's all like kayfabe, like the identity group thing. Like, you know, Ashley and Stella both know that I used to kind of not really, like I never was like on the Marxist train, but I used to think of myself as more of a left libertarian. And so, and I read all the leftist stuff. I mean, all of it. I've read it all. Goldman, all of it. So anyways, I just think that it's all kayfabe. Like, I remember being in university and they were so
Can you
like pushing it so hard.
Can you explain kayfabe? I'm not.
Oh, I apologize. It just means that it's something that they trap you into. It's just a metaphysical trap that they use to silo you, atomize you, push you into your own little identity group that makes you like a voting demographic or a voting block, and then they tell you this is how you should act based on like genetic factors that you cannot even change. It's just, I mean, I'm very multiracial, so for me, maybe it's like it's stupid for me to say it, but I just think it's fake. I hate the race stuff. I just wish that we didn't have to talk about it.
Unfortunately, we do have to talk about it, right? So is kayfabe like a acronym, or is that a word?
It's a word. It just means it's like a very online word, Mike.
Okay.
I apologize for using it. It's like
It's a wrestling word.
kind of word. Yeah, I mean, it's just like something that it's just like a bait. It's like bait and switch, I guess, or it's
pretense.
like yeah, you know, it's just something that is like a trap that is fake, fake and gay. That's what, you know, like what the kids say. It's just like a different way to say that.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me play this real quick, and then we'll hop right back into it. We're on a really good track. I knew there was like a thread here. It's always kind of weird to try to like halfway plan these conversations, but it's funny how everybody's just on the same page. So let me play this. This is Why Do I Have to Be Proud?
Welcome back. You may have noticed it's Pride Month. It's pretty hard to ignore it. The rainbow flag has been hoisted over London's Regent Street in place of Union Jack and draped from the White House balcony in place of a star-spangled banner, which has sparked quite a backlash in the States. Have we gone rainbow crazy? Or is Pride Month more important than patriotism? We'll debate this. I'm joined by Fox News commentator Tommy Lahren, and in the studio, the comedian James Barr. All right, Tommy, off you go. You're enraged by this. Why?
Well, listen, I wouldn't say I am enraged by it, but I am irritated, and a lot of American conservatives agree with me. Now, listen, Pride Month is not a new thing. They've been celebrating Pride Month for many, many years, and most American conservatives had no issue with it until it became forceful, until it became the need for acknowledgement, the need for forced celebration, the need for forced validation. That's when you lost people. And then we took LGB and then we added LGBTQIA+++, and then we included men who dress up like women and mock women like influencer Dylan Mulvaney. And then a lot of American conservatives just said, listen, We've had enough. It's okay if you're proud of your sexuality, but why do I have to be proud of your sexuality? That's where you lost a lot of folks, and we're starting to finally stand
firstly,
up
I'll
and
say Dylan is
enough
a trans
enough.
woman. Dylan is a woman, so you got that wrong. And secondly,
Well, Dylan was a gay man until last year. Well, hang on. Dylan was a gay man until last year.
They've transitioned, they're a woman. I think
Right.
that we lost people right at the beginning when gay people were dying in the streets because no one was looking out for us. So actually what we're doing right now is just, I wouldn't even use the word celebrating. I think Pride is a protest.
Is it a bit too much? In other words, do you want to...
What does that mean? What is too much?
In other words, I think with every campaign, bringing people with you is really important, right? The moment it looks like it's just over the top, like it's everywhere you go is pride, 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 pride. Do we need to be that exuberant about it?
Are you blaming gay people for that? I mean,
No!
I thought the companies...
Honestly, I don't care what sexuality anybody is. I don't think most people do anymore.
Right, so what is the problem then? Why are you so triggered by a flag?
I'll tell you
It's a
what
rainbow
problem.
flag.
I'll
You
tell
mentioned Regent Street.
I'm not triggered by a rainbow flag. I'm triggered by the fact that everywhere I go for a calendar month, everything has to be a rainbow flag.
Well, I'm triggered that everywhere I go for the entire year, everything has to be straight. Why is straight
Where's
everywhere?
my straight flag?
Why am I constantly
Where
getting
is my
people-
straight
Why are
flag?
straight people holding hands in the
When have
street?
you ever seen a straight flag?
Why has Mickey Mouse got a
Tell me
girlfriend?
one straight flag
Why are
hanging
you
right now
pushing-
anywhere in the world.
Why are straight people
Where
pushing
is the straight flag?
identity
Where's the
onto
straight
me?
flag?
Everywhere.
Where's my straight flag?
It's everywhere.
It's never
kid.
been a straight flag.
You're a straight flag.
Yeah, so
There's a straight flag now.
yeah, I did hear. Maybe we
Is
should
there?
pull it up.
What does it look like? Yeah, we definitely should.
Yeah, let's look at that.
I tried to find it. I couldn't find it in a very
Apparently, it's black
brief
and white.
search.
It's like black and white stripes. I don't know.
Check
I heard it on Media Monarchy.
Huh.
Stella, were you
But
thinking
yeah.
of the Masons?
I was thinking we need to get honest about this LGBTQ whatever plus thing and just add the P for pedo right on the front because I think that's the original cause of a lot of it.
Yeah.
100%. I
Yeah.
just want to shout out. I have a mutual on Twitter, Basil Bactrian, Neil Bactrian. Everybody follow him. He has been right about the TQ issue since like 2019. He was the first one to call it. He said it would be used to weaponize and silence people, silence especially conservatives. So on this issue, I'm actually going to go more right wing than I usually am, and I'm going to say like I think they were all wrong. Because what I think Tommy Lahren was doing is there's something called critiquing the excesses and reifying the premise. So that's what I think even she was doing by being like, yeah, conservatives were totally fine with it. No, actually, your position, if you're really going to be like even more libertarian, but you have to take a stronger position. Like I think that's what Bear is also saying. I don't want to speak for you, Bear, but you have to have a stronger position and say that this is not okay and this is not like something that we do in like polite society. If we're going to have like a functioning society, you cannot have like these degenerate parades. So I'll just say that and then I'll shut up.
Yeah. I mean, Owen Benjamin talks about it and he goes hard in the paint. I do know that, but I'm saying that I think there's a point of keeping this stuff out of, and there's a sentiment of that in the chat as well, like keeping it out of the public space. I do think that is a factor. And I think that because it's a slippery slope, is it not? From where we were to being like, for me, being like, yeah, like, I don't care who gets married. What difference does that make? Like, who cares? Yeah, I think they should be able to adopt kids, whatever. But now thinking, well, actually a species does not procreate, which is the point of a species, y'all know what I mean. Unless, that's straight, it's male, female, right? So that is the structure of a strong family unit, period, right? So I'm sorry, but it's not good for kids to not be in that environment.
And we just need to be able to say it. No, you have to. You're totally right, Ashley. We just have to say it out loud. We have to be able to and we don't even have to feel bad about it. I know I struggle with that too, where I feel like, oh, I'm being mean. Sometimes it's okay to be mean.
Okay, so in biological terms, in ecological terms, we describe fitness as the ability for an organism to survive and reproduce.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as simple as that.
Fitness of a society, is that
I'm saying fitness of an organism.
right? Okay.
That
But I
is
think that could
yeah.
be certainly extrapolated to society.
Yeah.
And they're taking that away. Yes, the frogs are gay. They're cultivating. They're basically, if we're looking at, like Freemason terms, they have their like the cornerstone, right? And that is, in a healthy society, that is what the family unit is. So they're doing anything and everything that they can to chip away at that, because they know that if people have a strong family unit, then they're much more likely to be able to resist this 5th generation warfare.
Yep.
And so they are absolutely trying to chip away at the bedrock, and they're getting people to think that they agree with this stuff because they're humanitarians, because they care about people, because kids would kill themselves if they weren't allowed to be trans. All of these things, right? So people are being brainwashed with these, and Jen talks about magic all the time, right? But that's what it is. It is a form of magic to get people to literally believe what will actually kill and end our species. That is the healthy thing. And even worse, that a child is capable enough to make that decision.
Yeah, I agree with Jen that we need to speak out more, and that is one thing I do like about Owen Benjamin. Not that I spend a lot of time looking at him, but at least he's speaking out, and a lot of people are. But they've silenced us, so we need to do the opposite. It's simple as that.
Yeah, totally agree, Stella. We have to be able to say it with your full chest. And we're supposed to say, like, that's what, even not to shout about so much, but Basil was totally right about this. And he always said, just if you see a trans person, just say you are not a woman. Just say it. You have to say it with your full chest.
Nice.
But it's true. But if you can't say it to their face, then you're never going to be able to say it.
Yeah. And then the other thing
it
is,
might
like,
get through.
Wait a
keep
second.
that away from them kids, y'all. We got to protect them kids, okay? Don't let them see it.
Let's do this right now. Hey, trannies out there, guess what? You're not a woman.
Well, unless you have
Unless you're
a
a trans
functional, unless you have a functional uterus, in which case I would still call you a woman.
So I was thinking, we were talking about how they use that mental illness label against they're weaponizing that label, and they're using it more against the straight family unit, when really it should be more appropriately ascribed to the PLGBTQIA plus etc. faction, like that. All of that stuff, in a way, that everything in there is some sort of mental illness.
I don't think we're ever going to recover like the Physicians College or those institutions. Like, yes, it was in the DSM, but like, I don't think we're ever getting that back. I don't think we're ever recapturing the institution. Like, I'm not trying to be black pill. I'm really not black pill. Ashley and Ando both know. On Twitter, I try to be the opposite of black pill. I try and be the clear pill, we'll say. So, but I really don't think that we're ever getting that kind of stuff back, like that normalcy. I don't think we can do it.
Well, I think if now we're in a weird time, because we know that the digital gulag is being erected around us. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I'm saying that we know it's a little bit different for us to say, because like history doesn't rhyme, or history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme, whatever. But with that caveat that we are in the technocracy, the matrix, the metaverse age. But I do think that you're right about that. However, at a point, the pendulum is swinging, right? Like, that has to happen. Now, I don't know how they're going to try to intercede and interfere with that. And I don't necessarily disagree with you, Jen, but I think that there will be backlash, but it's just such a weird time. Normally, I would say, well, eventually it'll return to normal. But in this particular case, I think you might be right. And we know that they are trying to take down the United States, but they're trying to take us all down, like all the Five Eyes. Like we're basically the same country with different stages of tyranny. So I don't know. It's a strange, good point. Strange times.
The thing is sorry, I'll shut up after this for a while, but I just want to say that actually I agree, but I also think that that's the hard thing is like the Overton window, it only moves left. Even leftists know that. This is just the truth. They will all say it. They know that the Overton window, no matter how much ground you think you get back on the right, it never really works like that. It always has swung further left. So then how far right do you swing? Do you swing towards like this more like right-wing authoritarianism, or do you like catch it in the middle and you gain ground for 10 years and then you lose it? That's a paradox, right?
Sure.
Well, we've got these contests for who's like the smallest, most oppressed minority, and when it comes down to it, that's the individual. That's the family. Those are the smallest. The individual is really when it boils down, the smallest minority. It is one person, and the war is on the individual. We're engineering people into these like collectivist identities where they don't have their own identity. All of their identity is wrapped up in some kind of social movement and not in who you truly are.
Yep, they've broken the individuality. It's their aim.
I would like to really drive home this point, if y'all will let me. I'm gonna play 3 short. They're all like less than a minute. But it kind of you almost don't want to believe your eyes. But here we go.
Take off my skin color as a black.
She's right. You can't.
Prejudices that exist against me.
It's this podcast again. Whatever.
You can't be racist against a white person.
Pretty sure you can. Pretty sure you can be racist against any color. Can you be racist against Asian people? Then you can be racist against anyone. Right?
But you are white, and me calling you white boy isn't exactly racist.
It's a bit rude. That's what it is. If you call someone white boy, it's a bit rude. I don't think it's racist.
Me by my skin color. I consider
your skin color will never lead to the, premature murder of yourself.
Sure, but does yours? Is that the defining factor in whether or not you were prematurely murdered? No. I mean, sometimes in certain neighborhoods, maybe, but depends where you live, mate, really, doesn't it? It depends where you live, who you hang around. There's a lot of factors, not just your skin color. I don't know. I don't think many cops are actually looking at people and looking down upon people because of their skin color. I just don't see it. Maybe some are real assholes, but I don't see it. I don't see it at all.
Every race is capable of being prejudiced, yes. But I don't think every race is capable of being racist.
You have more privilege like over other races and stuff.
If you're the majority or something?
Yeah. So like in different environments, certain people are the majority. I think depending on like where you are and stuff. So yeah, that's what I think.
LA, who has privilege here?
I think I'll definitely say white people have like maybe more like the privilege out here in LA. Yeah.
Like double the amount of Hispanics compared to white people in LA. Does that make a...
No, I think if you look at it, so they may be more Hispanics here like in LA, but then they're not really, I guess, like in position of power and privilege, or like really, if you go into
district attorney, the DA is Hispanic, the sheriff is Hispanic, majority of the LAPD is minority. Can only Hispanics be racist in LA?
No, not at all.
But only whites can be racist in LA?
That's a good question. Every race is.
What do you think about white men?
I think it's just the term white man, just immediate turn off.
Black men.
Love.
Do you think it's racist to, by default, not like white men?
I mean, I don't think so, because I think there's a difference between like racism and that's an interesting question.
It is an interesting question.
Yeah. Because, like, I mean, I don't dislike, but there is like nervous feeling. I don't know.
So have you met someone who said that they get nervous around black men and that they've had bad experiences with black men? Would you still consider that racist?
Ooh, yeah, I see your point.
Boy,
I see your point.
I reckon that really hurt her having to think.
having to think. Yeah.
I
She
was
was in
actually
pain.
sort of impressed with her. At least
Me
she thought
too.
about it.
Yeah, at least
least
she
she
was
thought
willing
about
to
it.
do it. Yes.
She
Yeah,
was
me
Yeah, I know,
willing
but
to
she
let
obviously
her
had
brain
not.
be broken.
She obviously had not thought about it at all, had she? I mean, this is the point that we're
Yeah.
making, I think.
Yeah.
Nobody's thinking. And then when they're challenged to stop and think, they suddenly realize it doesn't make any sense.
The programming is so strong.
Yeah.
So strong.
The
Incredible.
people who complain the most about racist white men always have white husbands. So I'm just gonna say it's the truth. It's 100% the truth. Every time I've ever met someone like a woman of color who ever really went really hard about it, they always were married to a white guy. I'm just that's just the truth. I'm just saying it.
A Jewish
And
guy.
well, Kamala,
Yep.
she's definitely married to a high-powered Jewish attorney for sure. And she's certainly a huge cheerleader of identity politics and victimhood and all of that stuff. And meanwhile, she was locking people up, like she was contributing to the prison industrial complex. So it's so rich.
And her mom, well, both her parents are immigrants. Her dad's Jamaican and her mom's West Indian. Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
Like like highly paid professional. Like these are not like economic migrants from Guatemala. We're talking about like quite well off people.
Well, the reason it's white women who are married to white men is because like that's where the psyop has worked best. They drive their nice SUVs and live this nice life and get their lattes in the morning and have no idea how much debt their husband has, and they think that they can see how comfortable their life is, and they think it's their fault. They've been tricked into thinking that.
Yeah, I mean the guilt culture, the validation through virtue, like that's very transgressive. If you're like, I know I'm sorry, Mike, really trying really hard not to do magic stuff, but it really is. It's very transgressive. It's very inversionist to like put your virtue into those things, like the externalities of that. I find it very wrong. I think Stella probably agrees too. I don't want to speak for Stella, but usually we're on the same page with stuff like that.
Agreed.
Yeah, and there is a magic component to figuring out how to get people to believe like the absolute opposite of the reality very obviously in front of their face. So there is a magic element to that. Like you have to
There has
be
to
a
be.
magician to do that.
Oh yeah, well that's what it is. And it's the programming, like it's not just like the stuff, because I remember being an undergrad in like 2010, 2011 time, and it was so strong. I mean, I remember all of this stuff, like all these that I'm hearing all the people on the right and the left saying right now. I've heard it all. I've heard it all for a decade now. I used to say some, not all of it, but like some of the funnier talking points I definitely used before to shut people up. Absolutely, 100%, I'll own it. But I know those things were like, that's just you being a rhetorical failure. That's you being unable to win a debate with like logic, with rhetoric, and with grammar. It's you being like rhetorically weak. So I know I can see all the things being used right now as a bludgeon, and they're not even tools. That's the crazy thing about it. And these were developed like decades and decades and decades ago in the 70s to be used exactly like this. So people will adopt some things and then it moves the dialectic leftward, because that's what they always try and do, right? They always try and move it leftward. So they want these people to adopt these leftist talking points about oppressed people in this third world country, or oppressed people here, or oppressed people there. They want you to feel bad for everybody and never look at yourself. That's what they don't want you to do.
Yeah, and something that Brad Binkley has talked about forever on the Prop Report is the propaganda aspect and how much they have been able to really hack propaganda and what they're able to get people to believe based on that. You know, the indoctrination. It's like all of these threads that they have woven to get us to where we're at now, which is a denial of reality, an inversion of reality. It's so crazy.
Yeah, everything was inverted. It's incredible how they've pulled this off. I mean, if you'd have told us this stuff 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it would just be like, oh, society's never going to get that crazy. Don't worry about it. It's incredible. It's got to be magic. Has to be.
Well, it is. And, Stella, words are magic. The way, media is magic. Like the news, music, movies, and TV, those are the best mediums for magic because it carries all the components that you would need to do it. Sound,
Absolutely.
color, light, speech.
How about
Frequencies.
TikTok?
Well, I don't, I'm a very Luddite, Mike. Like Stella and I are kind of in that camp. We don't know what's going on sometimes. So yes, but TikTok, absolutely. But it's even worse. Like I can't do TikTok maybe because I'm not ADHD. So, but I find it I just find it very jarring. I don't like it. I find it too short. I'm not like that. I'm if I'm going to sit down and watch something, I don't watch things very often anymore. But if I sit down and watch something, I want to sit down and watch it and enjoy it.
Long format guy.
Yeah,
Yes.
I am.
Well, I hate to do it to you, but I'm gonna drop some. This is actually on YouTube, but it's kind of TikTok style.
Put it on him, Mike. Do it.
Now before I play
Silicon's
it,
almost coming out her nose.
I'm gonna ask everybody, but mostly Ashley and Stella. Have you ever heard of something called the clean girl aesthetic?
No.
No.
Okay, good for you, because it's god awful.
Oh boy.
I'm not saying it's a bad look. I'm saying it's a bad idea.
Right.
Any way you slice it, but I think it's a bad idea, and there's 1,000 bad ideas piled on top of this bad idea. Okay, there's your intro. Here we go.
Clean girl aesthetic is all the rage right now, with her slicked back hair, glossy lips, and gold jewelry. But this look isn't exactly new. Today, it's attributed to celebrities like Hailey Bieber and Bella Hadid. But all of these style choices have been staples among Black, South Asian, and Latina women for decades. According to Impact, the problem isn't that non-Black and non-brown women are using a clean girl aesthetic. The problem is that slicked back hair, gold hoops, and clear lip gloss are being treated as a new aesthetic white women created.
This is so angering because these are traditions and appearances that we were taught to be ashamed of.
Black and brown women are rightfully frustrated, especially because historically this look was not considered acceptable. In fact, it was deemed trashy or ghetto. It's hard to see something they were bullied for suddenly becoming trendy thanks to white women.
I remember in elementary school never wanting to have a slick back braid with oil in my hair because I knew that I'd get made fun of.
If we want to take part in and enjoy the clean girl aesthetic, at the very least, we have to acknowledge who it came from. The clean girl.
Okay, they're lying. I remember Aaliyah. I mean, give me a break. The Chola thing was so cool in the 90s and the early 2000s. That was what people thought that was cool. Even the Cholo look with the socks and the slides. I mean, give me a break. They lie. The Zoomers, they don't even know history.
They don't even know. We were all watching Fast and Furious and buying and one and fucking
Guys, I think I'm in the wrong room. I thought this was What the Fuck Forum, but apparently it's Who Gives a Fuck Forum. So
yeah, who gives a fuck?
That's a good point, Bear, because I was just about to say, who gives a fuck, really? Because these things are so unimportant. Why are we so worried about all these stupid little things? If we spend a bit more, if they spend a bit more time, thinking about things that actually matter, perhaps the world would be in a better place. And when did that stop being called simply fashion?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I'm like, why don't you shut up about this? Because that's how it goes in fashion, right? So let's say one day you're wearing X, Y, and Z. It's not popular, but that's all that your parents could afford or whatever. Okay, well, 5 years later, now it's finally in style. Are you going to go cry about it? Stop. It's so dumb. It is so stupid.
Yeah.
All this worrying about looks and everything, it's just another symptom of the narcissism that's taken over society.
And we dress so bad. I remember being in 6th grade and wearing Jenkos, and honestly, such a bad time in the world.
Well, it just is frustrating to me because yes, this is how the problem is for me is that this is part of that 5th generation warfare, but it's against a specific, like the TikTok generation, right? So this is part of the dumbing down of America and whatever the world, but it's even worse than that because it is dumbing them down while giving them the idea that they are like on like a moral high ground, if that makes sense, right? So like you are so dumb that you're buying into the fact that the clean girl aesthetic was co-opted by white people that, you know, like you just don't get it. It's so frustrating.
The whole thing is so hilarious. Okay, the reason I discovered this, I have like a Google alert. Like I get the student newspaper from where I went to college, the Indiana Daily Student. Okay, this is from Indiana University, and it's just such, I don't know, what's the word? It's disgusting. It's a thumb on the pulse of, I guess, what's happening down there now. But yeah, there's this article written by some 18-year-old, know-it-all, saying that the clean girl aesthetic needs to be put to an end. So this pops up on my phone, and I'm like, what the fuck's clean girl aesthetic? Like I've never heard of this. And I'm not going to go through this article, but just trust me, it's as bad as you think it might be.
Yeah, it's so dreadful for them to think that they're so morally superior because they are anti-clean girl aesthetic because of X, Y, and Z. It's just infuriating. It's like they're so dumb, and yet they think that they're so smart.
Well, it's like, what does this look? It's supposedly it's like you tie your hair back and you like don't wear a lot of makeup.
Yeah,
but then
it's just a sleek look.
Who cares?
Does anyone ever think about the implications of what they're saying? Like, it must be put to an end, right? Like,
yeah.
What measures are you willing to go to put it to an end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Murder. We're gonna kill you.
Yeah. Oh, and I'll tell you who was rocking clean girl aesthetic, and that was the I'm telling you right now that motherfucker right there is not real.
I thought the same shit. Yeah.
That was
I
clean girl
immediately
aesthetic.
I immediately thought of Hailey Bieber when before we actually saw her. I thought, that's because I have noticed her look is very minimalist.
Yep.
We used to have, it's kind of racist, but I'll say it because I'm Asian, so it doesn't matter. So, but we used to, so in Toronto, there was always like the different ethnicities lived in the different suburbs or the different areas of the city. So there would always be these Vietnamese girls, and we would call them the rough Asian girls, and their boyfriends always would drive like the Hondas with the blue lights underneath, and they would always do that clean girl kind of hair and the big hoop earrings, and that was more associated with them. That wasn't associated with the Jamaican girls. So I just will say that.
Yeah.
As someone who grew up with like that, all of them, like we associated with them. So I just think it's funny.
Clearly the Asian girls, co-opted it from the fucking Latinas.
We didn't have that in that. We didn't have any here.
It's like, well, it's really a pretty basic kind of style, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Anybody
100%.
Anybody
I just
might
think
do
it's
it.
funny that they wear it like a costume, like it's part of your racial identity. Like, give me a break. It's just
I know,
like,
it's so silly.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let's do the clean boy aesthetic now.
How
what do you
about
think it is?
You're
How about-
rocking it.
How about the dirty
Yeah.
girl aesthetic? How about the dirty girl aesthetic?
Is that a thing?
No,
I think I'm in.
but it might be.
Ando's definitely in.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play this because I think she's kind of funny. The funny thing is, I think she's cool when she looks like this, and then as she becomes a clean girl, actually she becomes kind of horrific and unbearable. But I like her for about 30 seconds.
2023. New year, new me. Hey guys! What's up? It's me again, Darcy, back with another video. I want to start 2023 with a bang. I don't want to look like a bum anymore. I need something fresh. I need something cool. What are the kids doing these days? So I scoured the internet trying to find a new aesthetic that I could try on. And apparently everyone's doing this thing called the clean girl look. And I thought to myself, well, I could do that. I could be clean. But you're probably thinking right now, Darcy, what the heckaroonie is a clean girl? Well, I didn't know either. So I had to look it up. So I went on Google and I looked up, what the heckaroonie is a clean girl? And this is what I found. The clean girl look is very minimal. It involves glowy makeup and a killer skincare routine. It's all about having a dewy, minimal skin base, a sun-kissed blush look, glassy looking lips, and feathered eyebrows. So this is a trend that completely took over TikTok. And it's basically the look that all the models are doing, like Kendall Jenner, Hailey Bieber, Bella Hadid, the other Hadid. So is this trend just to basically look like a supermodel? Okay. Guys, hold on. I gotta do more research. How to get the clean girl aesthetic. What is the dirty girl aesthetic? What is the dirty girl aesthetic? Clean girl implies that there's a
I don't know. I thought she was funny the first time I watched it, but now I just find her kind of irritating. But she does. You've seen what she looks like if you're watching the video. I'm just gonna fast forward, and I think she looks nice at the end, but she seems like a horrible person as it goes on. I don't know, but look, she looks nice.
What do you think?
We finally got something
Is
pixelated.
this the look for 2023? Because I feel like
I don't know. I don't know why I went with this so hard, but like there, like to me, it's just like one more thing where women are like, oh, y'all can't wear what my people wear because you're not my people, and fuck you,
Yeah.
bitch, and rah.
More division.
Cat fight. Yeah, I mean,
So,
like it's a ponytail and makeup. Like, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? That's kind of, I don't know. It really, this one hurts my brain. I don't get it.
I don't get how they call it minimalistic. It looks like the same amount of makeup as normal, like a bunch.
Yeah.
Lots of product going on with this minimalistic.
Yeah.
Clean
It's
girl.
quite an art to make it look minimalist using all that
And-
makeup, isn't it?
That's true.
Mike, I can see why you liked her at first because she looked like a normal functioning person who's not overly concerned about external things.
True. She looked like somebody you could have a beer with,
hang with. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Also,
now she looks
Sorry, Mike.
nice, but I was just gonna say, I don't know. She looks nice, like whatever, but like I don't understand why it's even remotely contentious.
She looks like a Lizzo fan to me.
Yeah, like someone who's gonna start a fight in Walmart. That's what I think.
Well, the other thing that I wanted to point out too is that these women are going on and on and on about like these makeup trends, and this was started by so and so, and this was whatever. But what they aren't talking about, because they're saying all these girls look the same, what they're not saying is that Bella Hadid, Gigi Hadid, Hailey Bieber, Kendall Jenner, all the Kardashians, that they have such poor body image that they have had endless plastic surgeries to all look exactly the same, which is basically like an alien. Okay. So that they're saying that these people are appropriating and this, that, and the other thing, but they're not talking about the fact that these women are honestly, if you are addicted to plastic surgery and you are so worried, like you continuously get plastic surgery because of your body dysmorphia, like you're not mentally well. But they're talking about these people like they're making, super conscious choices, this, that, and the other thing. But it's like, but you're literally talking about somebody who has severe body dysmorphia. Like they're not well. So they're not even a good example for you to even be discussing this. They look the same. They all have Botox. And these people are like not even 30 yet. Botox, plastic surgery, ponytail facelift, lip filler, buccal fat removal, all the things. So I feel like that needs to be taken into consideration. And that, of course, these people are not going to talk about it because what they want to do is just make it about some stupid woke thing.
It's woke because they want to be the influencers. That's what it's always been about. It's been about that since 2012. That's what the whole I remember, like I was so excited to take an Asian American literature class, and you know, everybody was like so woke and it was like so horrible in that way. But you know, it's just they want to be the New York Times bestseller, and like it gets rid of the competition. That's the whole
Yeah.
thing. It's like if they can say, and obviously I'm not a beauty influencer, but I just imagine it must be similar. Like, you know, you push people out, and that's just a weapon. Like
Yeah.
identity
Yeah.
politics is just a weapon. That's all it is. That's all it can ever be. That's all it was invented as. Social subversion.
Yeah.
And I was reading the other day that TikTok is the place that, I mean, this is obvious, but TikTok is the place that they go to, well, traffickers always look for new blood, basically. So, yeah, if your daughter's doing those little dances on TikTok, stop it. Just be aware of that.
Don't let your kids on TikTok, man. It's bad.
How much
terrible.
With that girl in the video, how much do you think she was responding to comments and like social media feedback?
Right. There's a whole incentive structure at play.
Like, were people insulting her appearance, and so she decided to do something about it? Kind of
actually,
thing?
I looked at her channel, and she does like makeup and like outfits and shit. So it's like on brand. It's just one. It's just one more look. She didn't even, you know, she kind of hinted at the fact that there was like some controversy to, you know, this look, I guess. Again, I feel silly even really bringing it up, except that I'm like, why are women so critical of each other? Like, just if you want to wear your hair in a ponytail, go ahead. What?
Yeah, honestly, ladies, coming from this guy, it's not really that necessary.
Yeah. I found myself reading this article in the Indiana Daily Student, and I'm like, I can't even believe what I'm reading. So I had to get on YouTube and be like, what's the deal with this? Is this real? Is this a thing?
The weird part is the facial glaze, the oily shit. What the fuck is that? I mean, that's the real what the fuckery going on here right now.
It's for the dewy look.
Yeah,
it's a peel.
It's
good on everything.
They look like they're right. It looks like they just came from a porn shoot and rubbed in their facial.
It's for the dewy look of the skin. So you look like you got a little glow, you know?
You know, it seems, Ando, that you don't quite know what a clean girl look is all about. So let me educate you just a hair more.
Matcha lattes and organic made SPF. These are just a few of the many attributes that make up the clean girl aesthetic. Fat phobic, racist, ageist, and unattainable for most. These are also just a few of the many attributes that make up the clean girl aesthetic. This is the ultimate guide to being a clean girl, but not in the way you would think. If you want some basic video that glorifies this somewhat toxic trend and shows you how to be a carbon copy of all the other girls, you've clicked on the wrong video. Let's talk about the clean girl. TikTok has established itself as the giant of social media video streaming platforms. Its users are relying on the app to view and participate in hundreds of thousands of trends that have been going viral constantly. From dancing to cooking videos, TikTok has become the go-to app for all things trendy. One of the more recent trends that has swept the platform is the clean girl aesthetic that has more than 670 million views.
You know those girls that always look clean, their skin is always glowing, their lips are always glossed, and they never ever look like they're wearing too much makeup? We may not be them, but here's how to get their look.
So to really understand or even be the clean girl, we're going to have to break down what all this entails. The clean girl aesthetic requires you to always look your best without looking like you spent time getting there. Starting off with hair, of course we have the most obvious and popular hairstyle that's associated with this trend and what most people think of when they hear clean girl, which is the slick back bun. And some
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to subject y'all to anymore. You get the picture. This girl gets real nasty about it, though. I wish I had like actually made some time marks because she don't like it, bro. She don't like it one bit. She's like, y'all are a bunch of fucking cultural appropriators. You're fat phobic. you're racist. You should burn in hell. And yeah, she's kind of nasty. Not gonna lie.
Okay, well, let's just point out that she has straightened hair. So nobody who has straightened hair is allowed to say that someone is racist. Like, give me, like, come on, Ashley. I know
Right.
you.
Yeah, I do. And I was also going to point out here that there was a couple of black women that she showed in the video that were rocking the clean girl look, right? So like it's a fashion trend, period.
Yeah.
You know what I picked up on that video was it's sort of a philosophy. It's a philosophy of putting a lot of time and effort into your look.
Well, and actually that's part of this opinion article from the IDS where she's like, the clean girl look is expensive and not everybody can afford it. And like, basically, fuck you, rich bitches. You know, and I'm like, these women are being just horrible to each other. Horrible.
Yeah, some of those cosmetics cost a fortune. I've never been one of those type of women. I mean, I have worn makeup, of course, when I've gone to work and stuff, but it's, yeah, look, I remember some of my friends, you know, they were bringing home all these really expensive things and facial cleansers and all that sort of stuff, and it's like they spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars. They wouldn't think twice about spending $60 or $70 on a lipstick. It's like, are you serious? I've never been one of them, and the whole thing turns me right off. It's all so fake.
Well, I did watch the whole video of that one girl like putting on the makeup, and there's, you know, like 18 different fucking layers of makeup. Like, I thought the
what
whole
a waste
point,
of time.
I thought the whole point was to look like you weren't like really wearing a lot of makeup.
More inversion.
And maybe I've just been lucky, but like I feel like most of the girls I ever spent time with didn't overdo it. Like they didn't smear a bunch of shit all over their faces. And it's like, you don't need to.
It's also
kind
of leaves the freckly girls out.
Well, and actually I didn't keep a link, but there's videos of girls that are getting freckles tattooed because actually freckles are now trendy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a trend of people like drawing their own freckles on too. So yes, freckles
Gotta
are
get that Maya
a
Rudolph
thing.
look.
Yeah.
Jeez, tattooing's a bit extreme. I mean, what happens when you decide you don't want your freckles anymore? It's ridiculous.
I mean, I have freckles like in the summer when the sun's out and then they go away, you know, which is usually the case with freckles. You know, these girls are going to end up looking like Raggedy Ann, right? With just big spots on their faces.
Yeah. I was also, sorry, Ashley, you go.
I was just going to say, it is weird though that, like, for example, if you go out and about in today's day and time and you see middle schoolers, you may not know like how old they are, right? So like, or back in the day, middle schoolers looked like middle schoolers for the most part. There was always one or two that looked way older, or like they failed 3 grades, so they were way older, but you could tell that these were kids. Or even young high school. But today, like their makeup, because of this influencer beauty culture, they are buying all this stuff, they're doing this stuff, and you're like, how old are you? Are you 18? Are you 13? Are you 12? Are you 21? It's a very weird thing. It's a weird time, right? Because I certainly was not wearing full face makeup when I was in middle school. I wasn't doing any of this stuff, but it's like very common nowadays. It's strange times.
You know, I have to agree with that. It just was not like that for me in middle school or high school even. I mean, we wore uniforms. The girls would wear like sweatpants under their skirts. Like they didn't care. They would wear like Uggs and just like through the snow. It just didn't matter. People just like did not care.
It's a totally different game now. I never wore makeup in high school, and but in today, you very well could find kids that look just like these beauty influencers that are spending, as Stella said, hundreds of dollars on cosmetics. It's crazy.
And it was only, might have been yesterday, I was reading an article where they're saying just pointing out how bad makeup is for people's skin. Like, it literally is really bad. Like, a lot of people end up with skin cancers and things and don't connect that it's probably from makeup. So, I mean, there are ways of, making yourself look better in a natural way. You've just got to, make a few things yourself. I do that. So yeah, you really don't have to put all this chemical crap on your skin. It's just, it's almost like big pharma, really. Big makeup.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, who are the kids' parents who are buying this stuff for them? Because I grew up in a family. I have a younger sister. She wanted that stuff, but my parents didn't buy it for her. You know, she didn't need it.
Yeah,
everybody has like an Amazon account for their kids. Like, honestly, I know so many people that honestly do that. Their kids just order whatever they want, and that's pretty much how it is.
It's so crazy.
I would venture to think that there's probably a lot of mothers out there that are encouraging it.
Probably.
They want their daughter to look lovely.
That's very unfortunate. That's a dark thought, Stella.
It is. Well, it reminds me of like the whole Kardashian thing, right? So like they have a mom who has hoarded them out from a very young age for fame and wealth. And as a mother, you would think that you would tell your daughter, like, oh, you are so beautiful. You're perfect exactly the way you are. You're mommy's little baby. I love your freckles so much. You're so precious. Not, yeah, as soon as you're 16, you should get a nose job and you should get some lip filler and you should start getting Botox and you should get a little nip and tuck here by the time you're 21 and a breast job and all this stuff. And it's like, why would you want your daughters to go through this? Why would you encourage body dysmorphia in your child? And that was exported to an entire culture of people who thought that this is what you should do. It's really dark.
Well,
I wouldn't want my baby going under the knife. Go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
Go ahead, Jen.
Oh no, sorry. I just will say, well, you know that the Kardashians are that thing that I'm trying not to say. Like, I honestly think they are.
You mean magic witches?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Like 1,000,000%. I could even actually do like a Richard Grove like proof of
Yeah,
like
no, you
how
could
I
say
think it
that.
works.
That's true. Yeah, I agree.
That's what I think. Personally, I
Yeah,
really do.
go
Their
ahead, say
agape
it.
church and everything. I just think it's so Telemite. I think it's like Crowley 101.
Yeah.
That's my
And-
personal opinion.
No, I'm with you. I
I would agree.
absolutely think that. And even worse for Chris though, to sacrifice your children to that.
So
Are you saying that you're feeling bad for her?
No, I'm
Worse for
saying that
Chris?
she sacrificed her children, so it's even
Oh, I
worse
see.
on her.
I
Yeah.
understand. Yep. Sorry, misunderstood. Gotcha.
yeah, I had a similar conversation with my aunt about the Kardashian family. They're definitely some sort of coven.
Yeah.
But have y'all read the Book of Enoch? Enoch 1, that is. In chapter 8, it talks about the angels. So I'm going to read that. Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony and beautifying of the eyelids and all kinds of costly stones and coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they were committing fornication, and they were led astray and became corrupt in their ways. So yeah, this is when makeup was introduced to the world, and it was introduced by the fallen ones.
Whoa.
How
That's a
interesting.
good one. Mm-hmm.
Come on, Ando. Yeah.
That is interesting. And I was going to bring up how it's kind of a generational trauma thing. I don't know how familiar you guys are with Tom Segura, but he has an interesting relationship with his parents. Both of them do. And they both had like these narcissistic parents who
Oh yeah, he hates his mom.
Oh, and he has her on their podcast, which is great. But I mean, it's evil but great. But you get to see like these narcissists battle it out. It's very strange.
I bet I would be curious to watch an episode of that. I mean, I can't stand Tom Segura, but I have heard him talk about his mom, so I would be interested in that dynamic.
So in a way, what's even more interesting is Christina, his wife. Her mom was like, she always told her how she couldn't do gymnastics. That is for the pretty girls or whatever, like
Is her mother Russian or Eastern European?
some kind of over there kind of thing. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it is.
Well, remember in the days when, I don't know when it was, I can't remember the name of the era, but when men wore the wigs and they wore a lot of makeup, and I'm talking like back in the 1600s or so, something like that, 1700s maybe.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, Stella. Like that was pretty much through the whole Enlightenment. From
right.
Yeah.
Well, that makeup was full of lead, and a lot of people died from that. A lot of men died from that.
Yes.
White powder.
And there's
That's what
also
the trans are bringing back.
Oh, there's also even I think some geishas had their skin damaged back in the day from the makeup that they put that
Absolutely
yellowed their skin.
Yeah, they used to use this stuff. It's called
lead carbonate.
Yeah, exactly. And then they would mix it with that. It's this plant, I think they call it Dutchman's pipes in the US. It has like some kind of acidic compound in it. And they used to just starch collars, like starch the priest collars. And so they would put it on their skin and it's very caustic.
Ooh.
So you would get like lesions and sores, like all those French women who we look at it from like 1700s. I think they were so beautiful, but they actually had like lesions and they were bald and it was pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah. Now, I also have to give a disclaimer before we go on. While I do think that makeup is bad for you, I have an entire bag right here, and this is only part of it. And this is my routine. Every time before every podcast, I'm like doing my whole thing. So yeah, I'm sitting here shitting on these beauty influencers, but I would be hypocritical if I didn't tell y'all I'm wearing makeup. If I don't fill in my brows, I look like I got no fucking brows, okay? So yes, I agree, but I also be wearing my makeup.
It's like our phones, though, Ashley. It's like our phones. Like we use them. We're podcasting right now. There's like we inevitably use like the black magic of our society. That's just the reality. So,
there's Rose.
I break all the I break all the rules, and a lot of my makeup is like 20 years old, and I still use it.
What's happening, Rose?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Rose.
It's so good to see you, Mike, and it's great to see you, Andy. Hey, Stella, and I don't know Ashley, but I love the makeup. Check. Get it, girl. I'd like to just add a few things because Andy was like, you bring the fashion, and I'm here. I just got back from a jog. I didn't hear the whole conversation, so I apologize. But the waif look was very in, I have the vapors and I'm about to collapse. So lead, mercury, arsenic, ammonia, all of these products, all of these ingredients were in products because it would make women paler and thus lead to death, which is hysterical. And if we could survive it, we could survive anything, and we literally have. So I know that Andy said he wanted me on to talk about fashion and the history of fashion. And I only have a few minutes because I have to run. But
let me ask this question. Do y'all think that fashion for women is driven by male taste or female taste, I guess, in general?
Managed.
Sorry. So compassion for women is, if it's driven by, when you say female or male taste, can you just elaborate on what you mean by that, Mike?
You know what I mean? Like, or I guess it's such a complex thing. It's like, I don't think that I would require a woman to be all plastered with makeup like that. I almost think that's something that's self-imposed, right? Like that's not what I'm asking for, but it's such a reciprocal sort of thing. I don't know if I'll be able to explain my thought.
Is it a body dysmorphia kind of thing, or is it something else?
Okay.
Oh,
I think it's a scale.
That's what you're asking. So I will answer that. makeup and enhancements have always been around since, I don't know, even I think ancient Rome, probably ancient Greece. We all know Cleopatra and the kohl, right? The black eyeliner. Anything anyone could ever do to enhance one's assets, if you will always be something that people will do, right? I mean, we do this with our body and physique, right? We do this to look better. And that's just with our body. We do, we apply makeup to enhance bits and pieces. Do I think surgery and Botox and fillers are acceptable? I think it's gross, and that's transhumanism. But it is important to kind of have that viability towards like social presentation and posterity. And like, I know what you're saying, Mike. You're like, I don't need you to be done up. But I think I see Andy wrote in the group chat, like the clean girl aesthetic. And I'd love for the ladies to back me up here. A lot of men will look at the quote unquote clean girl aesthetic on Instagram and be like, wow, she's not wearing much makeup. And it's like, no, she actually is. Ashley is laughing because she knows what I'm talking about.
Well, we were talking about it, Rose, earlier, and
Yeah.
they were like, why is she putting like 18 products on her face if she's not wearing much makeup?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Because that's the look.
The amount of time that these rituals take is another thing. It's like how much time out of your day. It probably takes them about an hour, maybe more. I've known friends who spend 2 or 3 hours in front of the mirror before they go out. Usually when we were younger. So yeah, I'm just sort of thinking about all this lost time as well. Could be used for something so much more productive.
That's something Ashley and I actually discussed a lot, like when we were doing our NDE series. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's okay. Go ahead, Rose. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So when you guys, let's say you have date night or you have, I don't know, like a night to go out. Like I love going out to the symphony. I love going out to the orchestra. I love, I love orchestral music. I like the opera, right? I really think culture is very important. I love museums, whether it's in my city or if I go travel. But let's say you guys are doing a date night with the boyfriend or the husband. How long does it take you to get ready from getting showered to getting dressed to doing makeup? Assuming you guys have a babysitter, assuming, somebody's watching the kids. So like we'll take the children out of the equation and the husband, primming and pruning out of the equation too, because he's like, I need help doing this. From start to finish, how long does it take you to get ready?
For me, it probably would be maybe 90 minutes. A lot of that is my hair though, because it is long and it's curly. And listen, if you want them curls to be popping, you got to do the thing. You got to do the steps. So honestly,
don't come a knocking. Don't come a knocking.
Yeah, look, if I want my curls popping, and I do when I go out, and they do, then I'm gonna do the steps because I want my curls to look their best. So that's more than anything. But I would say the makeup part, if I was doing the whole full thing, 15-20 minutes. Yeah, there you go. Ando, I did my abbreviated routine when he was here. So
10 minutes tops.
How about you, Stella?
I'm trying to remember. I don't go out much these days, and I wear a lot less makeup than I used to. So if I'm going out with somebody that I want to impress, perhaps, I'd say, see, I don't really do this anymore. When I was younger, it was a lot longer because I cared. But now it's just like, I just need to look acceptable. So, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes now, half an hour if I'm really putting a big effort in. Yeah.
Okay.
What about you, Rose?
See, like, I take an hour with shower and everything because I'm like, boom, 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 efficiency, fast, let's go, right? But I can't be out like, I don't know how these women do these weird tutorials with this and that. I'm like, listen, I'm probably going to sweat out all my makeup because I like to go dancing and I like to go walking and I like to be active. So 1 hour with hair, makeup, and everything else. And I think that's, an appropriate time to get dressed, right? An hour and a half, like within that range. But if you're spending just 2 hours on makeup, you're just putting on the new face. It's about to be Face Off with John Travolta. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I don't need that.
That's a good point too, because like if these chicks that put on heaps of makeup and then by the end of the night they've probably got a bit drunk or they've sweated or they've cried it off, and it's sort of like it's a bit of a a horror show, I suppose. So you're sort of better off probably being true to yourself to start with.
And that's very, very true. Like I know that in the peak of the French aristocracy, and this is a really good foray into describing the fashion of yesteryear, right? Like the French aristocracy was done up because you had to have very fine distinctions and discernments between your aristocratic class and your peasants, right? So like the peasants could barely afford, some sort of like lip stain, and that would usually be done with cherries. And that's kind of like how fashion evolved. And as we kind of like blurred the lines between the classes, and when I say that, I mean we can pretty much experience the high life even if we don't have the 1% money. We can go out to a nice restaurant and enjoy that for a birthday or an anniversary or celebration. The peasants back in the day were never able to do that. And it's very interesting with the advent of fashion and how accessible it was. It came from obviously a luxury brand into the main sphere and into the marketplace because of its utility. And I kind of love that, and I miss that. And this is something that I was talking to Andy about. So I'm not super prepared for this because this is off from the top of my head, and this is like based on prior memory. But like Hermes, right? That was one of like the first fashion houses. And the reason they became such a big, big name was because they did all the rivets, they did the saddles, all of the writing stuff, like the boots, which is why their emblem is still a horse. And what they did was they really refined their leather, they polished their leather, so you wouldn't have so your pants wouldn't like rub because you would have holes, and fabric and mending was super expensive. So if you had the right type of leather, obviously you wouldn't have to mend your pants, and it's kind of like a low time preference thing, which was really, really cool. Louis Vuitton actually got their big mark in like the late 1800s because they were sponsored or featured in the World Fair. And everyone used to carry like these gigantic trunks, and it was just so cumbersome. And they're like, well, we're going to have really nice luggages. And they had a variety of different luggages because everyone just had gigantic trunks. And it was such an ooh and ah experience back in the day that people were like, holy shit, this is great innovation. And it was, because they had clasps that you could just, easily access. And they had like zippers. So, their product was full of innovation. Prada is kind of a personal favorite of mine, only because of their accessories, which I find fascinating because there was a lot of synergy with like Mussolini and the fascia. I think in like around 1913, they made a huge splash, and that's when they were allowed to be part of like the royal house. And they had the Savoy coat of arms on their brand and on their label. So it kind of mimicked the Italian aristocracy. So when you wore these fashions, you kind of mimicked old school money without the opulence. Just, understanding that we're entering a different civilization and era. And it kind of very much coincides with what happened with like Mussolini. Because when we look at Mussolini, he wore a fez quite often. And the fez was used by the infantry corps of the Italian army. And that was like with the Crimean War. pretty much like the Kingdom of Sardinia participated in that, and they were an ally of Ottoman Turk and the Anglo-French. But anyway, so World War I happens, and the Arditi, which is a unit of the elite assault troops, and their members were like fervent patriots and nationalists, right? So he's like, cool, that's amazing. The fez becomes a symbol of fascism, which is cute, F and F. But it never becomes the official hat of the Italian army. But when Mussolini kind of looks at the Prada fashion brand, and he's like, wow, things need to mean something. And I love that, you know, I have the homage of my fez, but let's kind of go deeper. That's when he starts wearing his hat. And I will actually just put it on and showcase it for a second. But his hat becomes like the official reign of like the Italian army because of the armed forces and the loyalty, the monarchy, right? He's like, we are going to recreate the glory days of Italy. And so he becomes Il Duce with his hat. And people just misunderstand fashion and how proper it is to have like the higher class, the representative class. And when you just don't care about your appearance, you're participating in like peasantry, not pageantry.
Well, so this is an interesting thought, Rose, that you're bringing up, where like fashion is a symbol of class in many ways, and I don't know how much you caught before you jumped in, but we were talking about the clean girl aesthetic, and there's all these videos that I found of people basically saying that white girls wearing the clean girl aesthetic are like racist. They co-opted it from like Latinas and black women, you know, because Beyonce and Christina Aguilera wore it in the 2000s. Now in 2023, like they're you know, the idea being that like white women renamed it, rebranded it, claimed they invented it, and fuck you, racist, for being clean girls. You know, it's just like, to me, it's sad. It's like, so what, are they upset because a perceived like crossing of cultural, racial, class lines was committed? Like, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But
no, that's bullshit. Also, the
nice. Nice. Love it.
So the Hispanic look is very overdrawn, right? Ashley has her makeup, like she can just do the Chongo look for us, right? There were videos about this, you know, by like Mexican girls who made fun of it, and it was funny. They had like Sharpie eyebrows, they had overdrawn lips, they had, you know, contour to like minimize their noses. Mexicans never had a clean girl aesthetic. That's just wrong. I mean, one look at their fucking quinceañera, these people are not minimalists. Like, they're a minimalist, like I'm a libertarian. Like, that's just, oh no.
Well, in one of the images, they were using J-Lo's look as, you know, when she has her slick back like ponytail and her bun, and then she kind of has like her the baby hair kind of combed down a little bit. But that was sort of the example that they were using, not a traditional like the super heavy duty like overdrawn lips, but they used specifically J-Lo in this example.
That's so stupid because, girls, we know that look takes how many hours at a salon. And the reason why J-Lo had that look, because all right, do we remember J-Lo as a fly girl? And she had like that Mexican aesthetic of like the overdrawn lips and like the heavy eyeliner and the
what is that called? Chola?
Yeah, chola.
Yes. The chola look, sorry. Yes. And she was, well, J-Lo's Puerto Rican, and in order to kind of make her more adaptable to white audiences and likable, that's why they gave her that quote unquote clean girl aesthetic with some hood edge. I know all about this because I, you know, have that clean girl aesthetic with hood edge. But No, that's a white person thing because white people are minimalists, right? We've kind of invented that. Not the blacks. Look at their fashion. It's always like, you know, loud. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love loud fashion, but that's a very European thing to do. It's not minorities. It's European. It's white.
Yeah, I will say that whenever I went to the Netherlands when I was in Amsterdam, I wasn't there for long, but I noticed that's what I was thinking. Now, I didn't notice like this the sleek ponytail as much, but the makeup was way more minimal than here.
Mhm.
Like to it, I mean, they looked like they were barely wearing any makeup, but they looked nice, you know, and they did look like they cared about their appearance, but it was just a totally different vibe over there.
So
Yeah.
if I may, only because I have I've got a heart out, and the conversation can certainly go on without me, but I need to leave in about 5 minutes. And I had one more clip potentially to share, and it's kind of spicy. It's kind of, I don't know, controversial, we'll say. But it kind of is about this anger at, like, I don't know what you'd call it, the crossing of perceived lines. Now, I'm not playing this guy because I necessarily agree with him, but I can see his point of view. He's just arguing from a really fundamentally logical perspective, and what he's arguing for is like the preservation of white culture, okay? Because of everything. Anyways, let me just play it and we'll discuss. I'll have to run shortly after, but as I said, the conversation can go on without me. But yeah, here you go.
The other day, you know who he is. He's
Yes, the
Univision's
Fusion.
anchor.
Yeah.
He says, look, Americans are all the same, but still, because Hispanics are 13% of the population, we should have 13% of the senators, 13% of the representatives in Congress. All racial groups think in those terms because they think in national, racial, ethnic identity. And all of those
Sure,
gains come at the
why can't
losses
you
of
see,
whites.
but why can't you see that as them just wanting equal representation? Why is that a bad thing?
Obviously, they want equal representation. They might want more representation. My point is, when you get to
Not
this,
what they might want. I'm asking what they do want. They want equal representation. Even America as it exists today does not have equal representation in the halls of influence and power for its minority communities. That
And-
is part of the advocacy.
Of
That is
course.
why there, as you referenced at the beginning, that's why there are black groups and Hispanic advocacy groups and diplomatic advocacy groups,
That's
because
right.
they don't have equal representation.
Because they all want more. They all want more. And it all comes
You
at
are
the expense of
imposing that on
whites.
them, though. You
Well,
are speculating about
Oh,
a
for
very
heaven's
nefarious intention among minority communities.
look.
And you're also building that idea on the fact that these communities can't live together with equal representation.
The point is, this is precisely what I've been describing, the ultimate dispossession of whites. It will come culturally, politically, artistically, musically, demographically. You are describing the very thing that you would probably never permit or never countenance if we were discussing some non-white country. Imagine whites or any other non-Mexican group were pouring into Mexico, more likely to commit crimes, more likely to go on welfare, demanding ballot papers in English. Hold on, let me finish.
I would never argue
let
that
me finish.
Mexico is the same as America.
Oh.
The countries were founded in very different ways. They were
Way.
created in very different ways with different ideals.
In other words, what you're saying is because America and all white countries are inhabited by white people, dispossession is good for us, but it doesn't work for anybody else.
No, sir,
That's
I
what
don't,
you're arguing.
I don't see it as dispossession. I see it as an
Of course you
expansion of
don't.
equality.
Of
I see it
course
as an
you don't.
expansion of civil rights and equality on the very ideas on which the country was founded. Because America,
wrong.
America, as you are talking about it, is a stagnant identity. It is a place in time. But
Look.
America, in the way that it's always existed, is an ideal. It's progress. It is
Look,
it's
Look,
practice.
the very first citizenship law passed in 1790 by the very first Congress, reserved naturalization to free white persons of good character. They wanted a white country. They wanted a white country. They continued to want a white country until 1965. What you're saying is completely revisionist. The idea that America was founded on, it's up for grabs. Come on, come on. That's complete
I've never
nonsense.
said it was up for grabs.
Well,
I have
that's
said that
implied
the
in what you're
practice,
saying.
the idea of America in terms
No.
of working towards an ideal of equality in which all men are created equal, in which all communities have access to the same resources, the chance for life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, that is the ideal. I know very
No,
well our founding fathers were slave owners.
Yes,
and I know
and-
very well that they probably did not imagine that America would be today what it is.
They would have
However,
been appalled by the idea. Furthermore, what you're
And
saying,
yet-
is somehow whites were about to choke to death on their own homogeneity when people like yourself kindly arrived with diversity and saved us from ourselves. No, we built a wonderful country that your ancestors could not have been. That is why people like you come here. And the more you come in larger numbers, you will change the country my ancestors built into something else. And it is completely normal for me to wish to oppose that.
Mr. Taylor, I've taken enough of your time.
Rob Brisky in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you.
I was repairing broken vehicles.
Showing up at the tail end. I hate to say it. Yeah,
Uncle Rob in the house.
Crazy Uncle Rob showing up at the very bitter end. Gotta love seeing it.
Hey, Rob.
Mike, it's not the end; it's the end for you.
It's the end
you
for
gotta
me.
give somebody authority so they can close the show if need be.
Is that right? How do I do that?
Yeah. You go into settings and make somebody a mod. Basically, you gotta have their email.
Interesting. Okay. It's worth doing though. Yeah. Huh. Well, I played that last one because like I'm having this thought that in essence it's the kind of thing where fucking I don't know how to exactly explain, but people are being separated in these groups, and I just don't think that's exactly how we should be viewing it. Like, I don't agree with this last guy. I see his point, but I don't agree with him.
You don't? How can you not agree with him? He's saying that like would Mexico let a white community elect a percentage of their Senate as white? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in any place but the United States. And I mean this is global homo growing, and that psycho woman was such a fucking bitch.
I agree with Ando. I have to agree with Ando. Like, she was horrible. Total NPR, like just NPC, not thinking, just like speaking out of her ass, not thinking historical context. I mean, she's not some like Texican who's from like the borderland. I mean, who's lived here since like 1705. Like, she's, you know what I mean? She's positing her third world identity onto here. It's different if she's like saying, okay, I'm American now. No, she's like, that's what he was right by calling her a revisionist, because that's exactly what she was doing.
Along those
That's
lines.
right. And she was changing the goalposts. That's what she was doing. Oh, it's okay for these other countries, but America was founded on these ideals. No, bitch, you have no idea how America was funded. You have a third grade education. Stop it.
So the next step has been that a recent argument I had on Threads, which it seems like that's all Threads is good for now, was some reductionist bullshit as to how it was unfair that they were allowing men to testify about the abortion issue in court because, number one, they were not females, and number two, they were descendants of white men who made this system. Therefore, the system is invalid. I said, well, if the system is invalid, why would you appeal to it for your fucking abortion, you dumbass? You know?
They're
Just throw the
liars.
whole damn thing out the window. Basically, what they're saying is that these men who were showing the other side of abortion basically didn't have a right to speak because it was triggering women who like abortion. So at that point, we are supposed to throw the whole damn justice system away to accommodate their triggering.
They love lawfare. They love lawfare. So that's just like them saying one thing and doing the 100% the opposite.
I don't even think they know what they're doing anymore. I think we're literally in full crazy land. I think the little neurons aren't connected anymore. There's nothing firing anymore. And I need to choke them with this goddamn USB cable that just broke on me.
I have to say, I didn't like either of those people in the video.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, like, we took it from someone as whites, I guess, whatever. But like, if some Indian shows up to your house and says, "Hey, you took this from me like 300 years ago. It's mine." What are you gonna do? You know, are you gonna defend your property? It wasn't their property. It was maybe some of their ancestors or something, but really, you know, when it comes down to it, we do have to like stabilize as far as private property and everything. But it's not really about what race you are.
That's a
But it
great
is.
point, Bear.
Identity politic is now everything. It supersedes common sense. It supersedes equality. It supersedes the justice system. It supersedes the ability to go to a job and make money. You have no rights being white. No right if white. That needs to be the new motto, because that is the only thing that they have to stand on. And legally it doesn't work. But unfortunately, with the right judges in there, well, tipping the tables a little bit.
Can I add something to Rob's rant? And I'm going to make you very, very upset, and I'm sorry. Yeah, so identity politics is everything because it focuses the issues away from, you know, the real threats that we are encountering. The only way we should start building societies is through loyalty and meritocracy. However, when we have the pronoun people at it, we have dumbass lawsuits like Hooters just lost a lawsuit in New York City because it's, you know, women only because ... Hooters, right? I think we're the only possessors of those. So now we're going to have a fucking twink based Hooters. We should go, like, I don't want a side of HIV with my fries. All right. I'm just going to say that.
With your
Not
wings.
necessary.
With your wings.
Right? But you guys, we can make this like a base trip and just like throw French fries at them or whatever. But this is the fucking clown world that Rob was just alluding to. And this is the slippery slope. We've already touched upon it. We're on it. We're slipping down into literal hell.
Well,
now, I do want to chime in that I wonder about the and Jen knows this because we've talked about it on Twitter, and Monica is actually the one who brought this up. I'm iffy on if AIDS even exists. Hot topic, but listen, if Anthony Fauci is out there saying that it's like the thing and you should take AZT for it, then I question. That's an aside, but I just wanted
the AZT.
I think I had to spurg, as Andy would say, I had to spurg that out there.
No,
Magic
100%.
Johnson
I'll
looks
just say-
great.
Sorry about that, Mike.
Yeah. I was just saying Magic Johnson looks fantastic.
Yeah, I just saw a meme about this actually that was like, well, for somebody who's had AIDS for 30 years, he sure does look really healthy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Incurable syphilis is the new BMW, guys. Get with it. Two
Well,
snaps up.
I hate to say it, guys. I really do have to bounce. I have to be somewhere. I'm doing work tonight. So whoopsie daisy. I overscheduled myself. But how about Ando? What if I send you my login and you can close the show out through my account? I don't know how to make you like an admin.
Yeah, sounds good. Send it to me
Okay.
in private, and I'll switch over and take over. But we can run it if we just can't turn it off. That's the thing. Like nobody has the permission to do that. Yeah. So send it to me, and I'll be able to access the music and turn it off. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Love y'all.
Love you too, Mike.
I'm headed out as well.
Love you
everyone.
And everyone else who's headed out.
Okay, who's all
Yeah,
going? Who's all going?
y'all do your plugs. Whoever's leaving, do your plugs.
Oh yeah.
Easy peasy podcast. Easypeasy.ittybitty.tips. Ashley.
Union of the Unknowns unionoftheunknowns.com. That's our link tree page. You can find me at Union Unknowns on Twitter. Rose, I messaged you in one of the groups, the dentist groups, because that's me.
Oh, okay. Follow me on the Rose Pinochet, and I don't have your thing, but please do. And it's good
I think we,
see you.
yeah, I think I may actually be following you, but I did send you a message in there, so you'll see me in there. But anyway, don't want to hold anybody up. It's Rose. It's really good to see you on here. Uncle Rob, good to see you. Everyone, Jen, so happy you joined. Happy to be back. Because it's been a little bit for me as well. Stella, love your guts. Bear Snare, I'm gonna be praying for your puppy. Mike, thanks for having me. Love y'all. Peace.
Thanks,
Take
Ashley.
care, love.
Yeah,
See ya.
I'm gonna go too, but thank you, Ashley, so much for asking me on. Thank you, Mike, for tolerating me again. Thank you, Ando. Thank you, Stella. Nice to meet you, Rose. Nice to meet you, Rob. And it was great to do a pod with you, Bear. So thank you guys, and have a good night.
Likewise, man.
Yeah.
Take
Bye,
care,
guys.
Jen.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Love y'all.
Whoa. Hey,
Wow.
can somebody get a mute button before they do that shit? Thank God. It's like the party's over and they're just like, screw the turntable. What the hell?
I liked that I got to hear Ando get a mead from under his bed.
Oh, did you hear that?
Oh,
Yeah.
is that a new thing now? We all need to do that.
Huh, I wonder which
Super
one.
If you have one under your bed, definitely get it.
I did. It's the monster.
I had a frog under my bed.
Apricot crisp. I like it. Rose, my stepsister. I'm hung out with her today, and you know what she gave me?
What did she give you?
A bunch of tomatoes and a jar of pickles. So people
Nice.
know, give Andy pickles. It's a
I
great
love
thing.
it.
It's
I
It's
love
never
it.
bad.
I'm glad that they put it out there.
That is always good.
If only I'd
It is
known,
always
man. I would have brought you some pickles.
Hold on, but are you making those pickles yourself? Because it doesn't
Yes.
count otherwise.
Yes,
Thank
I
God.
do both fermenting and regular canning pickles. I make a lot
that's
of
awesome.
pickles.
You make kimchi?
I make sauerkraut, and I've mixed a bunch of spices and stuff in with it, but I haven't done like the fish thing yet.
Okay, yeah, you just got to put the fish powder in there and then
Yeah.
Fish food.
Yeah. I haven't
Yeah,
done that
basically.
yet. That's a leap of faith right there. And
All right,
I'll do it.
try
I'll
it.
do it one day. I do love kimchi, so I'll try it.
And don't do it all
Have you
chopped real
tried-
fine. It's funky then. It's weird.
Have you tried like kimchi but with radishes? I can't remember what
Yes.
it's called, but it's delicious.
That is
Sounds good.
That's my favorite too,
Oh,
damn it.
good,
and I'm
because
not-
I've got a bunch
should
of
know.
radishes I've been looking to do something with. So if you can think of that, Rob, let me know.
Ferment them.
Yeah.
I ferment all kinds of stuff
I'll
from the
send
garden.
you a recipe, Stella.
I've been fermenting Jerusalem artichokes or sunchokes.
So good. I
Yeah,
love
they're-
sunchokes. They're so good.
I've been pretty gassy.
If you do it right, you
I
won't
just
be.
eat
Artichokes.
salad.
I think the
Got
gas
to
only
get-
really happens when you have an imbalance. So it's sort of gassy for a while, and then when you get balance, it doesn't happen anymore.
Yep.
Got to get them well done, or something.
Stella, that's called gakduge.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Korean radish kimchi.
Mhm.
Right. Can you please put that in the chat so I could spell it? Please?
Yes, it's.
Thank
I
you.
only know how to spell it in Korean, so I don't,
Oh,
I don't know how
that'll
to.
be great. Thanks.
English, it's like.
So
I would probably
speaking
be
of
wrong.
radishes, I mean, wow, since those other guys left, we've totally changed subjects. But speaking of radishes, daikon radishes, we threw a bunch of them down to kind of like break up the soil and stuff. And some of them grow to be, you can get like a 7-8 pound radish. Like they grow to be huge.
I have done that myself. It was almost as well. Oh, yeah, almost as long as my arm.
Yeah,
Incredible.
yeah.
There's,
Yeah,
almost
they're
as
amazing.
thick
And
as-
as thick.
Yeah.
There's a Russian like kid story about a radish that grew so large and the entire family couldn't get the radish out of the ground, so like they got the dog, the cat, the horse, right, everyone to help, and then the mouse came and he pulled everyone and he ends up saving the day because the radish comes out. But yeah, they grow huge. It's very cute. But
That's
I
awesome.
gotta run. And it was so wonderful to see you guys.
Oh,
I will see you on the next one.
Rose.
Awesome.
Yes.
Rose, I was gonna ask you what you thought of this this bullshit that they did over the weekend in Texas with the LP, their fucking degenerate show, with the whore, and yeah, that disgusting.
I'm just
show
going to close on this. Libertarians will libertarian, and that's how you know they're liberals. Yep. That's it. It's
thanks for
fucking
joining us.
disgusting, and it's gross. And you know what? My white pills are you guys. So I love you guys. I hope you have a great night.
Take care, Rose.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice seeing you.
So yeah, they had a drag queen show in Texas that, you know, basically just trying to affront all of us, and that was the LP.
The
Texas
libertarians did.
So
those
yeah.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, it was pretty vile.
They're idiots.
Yeah, I know. LP Texas
It's
is
obvious.
run by
That's weird.
scumbags.
Okay, yeah. So still like the Lolberts, basically, because I was gonna say like Dave Smith definitely is not up for that, but I guess there's still some areas, huh? But yeah, I mean, on
Texas
that
is one of the
note,
bad
I
ones.
recently,
Louisiana is really bad too.
since I live in a state with primaries, I did recently change my affiliation from Libertarian to Republican just so I can vote hard, you know. And now I
vote
hear all
harder
this
next
stuff
time.
about. Yeah, I totally voted hard. I did my research, man.
Hey, you voted so hard that your state got Fetterman.
I voted so
know.
hard that the
I know,
ballot
it's
boxes
amazing.
started on fire.
And I live in a blue town, so what is it gonna do?
Just vote harder.
Fetterman's
Make-
interesting. Sorry,
Yeah,
good.
he
Vote
is
harder,
actually. He's one of those people who like maybe he's doing that clean look makeup thing where it's a bunch of layers over someone else.
He's like a pink version of Shrek.
Yes, that's exactly it. That is exactly it. Somebody made Shrek into a human, and Fetterman popped out.
I'm so proud. Speaking of pride, I'm so proud of my state.
Are you in Pennsylvania?
Obviously.
Oh, I'm sorry. And my buddy Dylan's out there in, what's that one? Something Market. Waymart or whatever. Walmart, whatever.
Well, there's a few of those around.
I know. No, it's called Waymart. Waymart, Pennsylvania.
I don't know, man.
Little town up north. Yeah.
North and south don't matter as much.
Wait,
as
did you guys
east
hear me
and
cough
west.
just then?
No.
No.
I don't know.
I heard a little hiss noise. That's about it.
Oh, okay. My
Cough harder.
mute button does work. I don't know
Oh.
how Bear Snare heard me lift my bed.
Oh, you just weren't on mute.
You missed the mute.
That's all.
Mute harder.
Yeah, mute
There you
harder.
go.
Probably mute
How
harder
about
next
that?
time.
Holy cow.
So here
So
we
what
are,
did you-
the four of us.
So-
Lovely,
Yes.
lovely crowd right here, by the way. Rob, I am absolutely certain that there is something that you are wishing to discuss.
Oh, I can go all damn day. What do you want?
Let's do it.
Holy shit.
What do you
this? Look at this. This is how bad it's been. I didn't shave. You know,
Me either.
my hair's all messed up.
Me
I
either.
spent a good chunk of my time digging into some fucking Subaru. I hate Subarus. They're for gay people. Stop driving them.
Lucky Ashley's not here.
I don't care. They're gay. Anyway, when you're not looking, they hump each other in the muffler.
Were you replacing head seals? Head gaskets?
We almost did, and you know what? This is super interesting. Okay, super interesting. So every older Subaru I've ever seen always has like some kind of mysterious leak. It's got a leak somewhere behind the engine, but not, all the way back. So it's not the heater core and it's not the engine. We're trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And, they always seem to burn coolant, and we're trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Well, what we found out is that there is a heater hose that goes right past where the EGR is, where the EGR goes up from the exhaust manifold and then goes past this hose and melts it. Over time, it melts it, but just melts it a little bit. And it only leaks when the car is at maximum pressure for the coolant system and maximum temperature. But then once everything reconciles and the car cools down a little bit, it goes away and it stops. So I would venture to say that a lot of the problems that people have had with the head gaskets are not actually the head gaskets, but are the routing for the heater hose, causing bubbles in the system, but then later cause overheating, and then you lose the head gasket. So the head gasket may actually not only be the head gasket, if you know what I mean. So we went ahead and we fixed that in this car. I'm not 100% sure that this is going to fix it, because I think it's going to maybe melt again in a year or two, but it'll be good until then. So
I have a similar problem in my F-150 where it's got coolant and oil spendage, I guess. And
what year?
It's an 07. I figure it's probably some kind of seal, or like maybe I'm hoping I don't have to replace the motor.
Let me tell you what you do. Okay. What I want you to do is take off, if you get a chance, take off the valve cover. I would do it on the driver's side because it's generally easier. Take off the valve cover. Take a look under there. Take off one cam cap. Okay. Take it off, remove it. You can get away with it. You want to do usually one in the middle somewhere. Take off that cam cap and look for scoring. And a lot of, so I've got an F-150 I'm finishing up here that I've about rebuilt the whole damn engine. It was only supposed to be cam phasers, and we've managed to rebuild everything. So part of that was because this person decided they were going to go off-roading and smash the oil pump, which closed off the oil pickup tube and then caused high RPM oil starvation. So check it out, see what you got, and get back to me, and I can tell you where to go from there. Because eventually, if that keeps happening, so there's two places that it leaks. One place it leaks is at where the oil pump actually mates up to the block. That's number one. Number two, another place that it'll leak through is at the tensioners. The tensioners eventually will leak, which means that the oil, rather going through the upper half end of the engine into the heads, actually just rolls down the front of the block behind the timing case and goes right back into the oil pan, and you lose all the pressure in the top end. And then you start doing fun things like throwing lifters and rocker arms and shit. So yeah, so check that out. I'd say check that out first and then see what you got, you know.
It'll be a while till I break anything down, but yeah, that's good info for sure. This has become tech talk, everybody.
Yeah, because everybody's vehicles suck. They suck. Oh my god, I don't know what's been going on lately.
We were still talking in kimchi mode.
Hey, Stella, about your car. We're gonna do car talk here for a little bit. Stella, about your car. Did you have a key fob problem with your car where it wouldn't unlock and shit?
It magically started working again, and I didn't ask questions.
I know what that is. I just fixed it today, about maybe an hour ago. That's what kept me from getting on here sooner, because I was like, it's probably just changed the battery, and then I'll go upstairs and get on the podcast maybe an hour and a half ago. Yeah, I wish. So check this out. This is crazy shit. Okay. I was like, I wonder if it's just they do a really crappy job with the soldering on the little key fob, right? Mm-hmm. And then when you're pressing on it, I noticed when you press on it, you're actually pressing on the board and it's deflecting the board. The board's doing this, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Kind of bending, but not just a very little bit. So it takes years and years for it actually to become a problem, right? So I was like, you know what? I have this rework station here that I paid a lot of money from that my wife is probably still mad about. And I was like, well, solder rework station. So it's got the hot air gun and it's got the $83. It's one of the cheaper ones, but I have like 10. Should I say that? Yeah. I guess I'm really a dork. So I have 10 solder stations of sorts.
Solder
So, yeah,
boy
she's
up in
right.
this. Oh,
I didn't need another one, okay? But that's beside the point. This one worked really well. It worked better than the other ones. It was a total Trump solder station. It was the best one of them all. And anyways, so what I did was I slathered it down like I was buttering it, took that little circuit board and put a bunch of resin on it. Flux, solder flux, right? Resin solder flux, put it on there. And then took the hot air gun, the rework station, and just kind of went over it real easy and just heated them up, right? And I waited and looked to see when the solder got shiny again. Okay, when little legs, because they were all gray and nasty and shit.
Right,
Who knows what's been going on? They oxidize, especially since they're oftentimes using low lead or no lead solder. It's very susceptible to dendritic activity and also oxidization. So I was going over it and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I turn it over. I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work. I probably cooked the thing to death, so it's not going to work. I probably burned up the circuits, whatever. I turned it over, did the same thing, kind of buttered it like a piece of bread with the solder flux, and then went ahead and heated it up and waited until I saw the little legs go from like a dark gray, nasty color to a shiny, like silver chrome color. And then I stopped. And then I put you got to take the battery out because the battery will explode if you do this with the battery in it.
Worth
I forgot
mentioning.
that part. Yes. So I took the battery out and did that and then waited for it to cool down. I burned myself. If you want to do that, you could do that. If you don't, you don't have to. And then I went ahead and waited for it to cool off. And then I put the battery back in and hit it. And it worked every damn time. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit, that bullshit worked. It was unreal. I had
done.
no idea that would have worked.
That's amazing. I couldn't even open mine because it was a sealed unit. So I was ready to. I had my little Dremel tool out ready to open it, and I thought, oh, just try it one more time. And miraculously, and I'm lucky I did, and it worked. So I don't know. Maybe there was just something a little bit loose, and it's worked ever since. Hasn't been a problem. So I don't know
If
what
it
went on.
does that again, you know how to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You
Thank
could.
you.
So if you have
Very
a hot air,
expensive to buy.
well, no, if you have a, they're expensive. And sometimes they'll take forever to come and do it. So if you have a heat gun, right? You
got a
can use a
hairdryer?
heat gun. Maybe that will work. Heat gun's really going to be the best. So if you could borrow a heat gun from a neighbor or something, then you could use that.
Yeah.
Just with the heat gun, you're gonna have to be a lot faster. Like you're not gonna be able like I was able to like longingly look into its loving eyes and all that shit. You're not gonna be able to do that with a heat gun because if you do that, you're just gonna have a big ball of mush.
Yeah.
So
Melted
don't do
stuff.
that. Yeah. So just zip it across there a little bit and make sure that it looks shiny at some point and then stop. You know.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah.
Good find. Good find.
There you go.
I'll tell you something else about I share a car with my mum. There's no need for us to have two cars. And yesterday I came home and parked and
Communist. Anyway. How dare you?
And noticed that all the way down the driver's side, or almost all the way down from the driver's side door back, there's this big long scratch, and somebody has like driven right up the side of the car, like with the corner of their car or something. There's grey paint on it, and it really annoys me. Even though it's not it's not a bloody Jaguar or anything. It's not worth having a nice car anymore. It really isn't. Obviously, a car park. I suppose you guys have the same problem because they always put these car park like you only just have enough room to open your door to get out. I don't know if it's like that over there, but it's like the accountants got to the car park. We'll just put that one extra space in, and it just screws up everybody.
Good point that you make. Someone could actually bring a lawsuit based on that and just say, look, this is not functional because if there's two cars parked next to each other, how do you mitigate the fact that somebody trying to get out isn't going to have to rub against the car next to them? It's almost impossible now.
Yeah, it is almost impossible, and it's only been the last, I don't know, probably 20 years that sort of happened because they used to be quite roomy, but
the cars have
Makes
gotten
sense.
bigger too. The car,
that's probably a point.
that's part of it. Like if you figure out the average size of a car, it's bigger, and that's partly because of EPA regulations and stuff they're trying to meet. Basically, apparently, if you make a car bigger, then it has a lower EPA regulation. That's Environmental Protection Agency shit. So they basically get away with lower gas mileage because it's impossible to engineer these high gas mileage vehicles these days with all the regulations. So they make a bigger chassis and put the car on it, and therefore they don't have to meet the same regulation that they would with a previous model. Like a Honda Civic used to be much smaller.
Because it could be. Because the regulations, they didn't have to game the regulations by making a bigger, heavy vehicle, just so they could, be able to introduce the car to the market.
My dad had a 1990 Honda Civic. They got like 40 miles to the gallon, and it was tiny and perfectly naturally aspirated without, it had electric windows and stuff. It was nice, but it was minimal compared to the newer ones. They're bigger, they're wider, got all these fucking airbags stuffed in and everything.
Well, and that's another thing when they increase the weight, it also gives them a handicap on the EPA regulations for the emissions of the engine itself. So,
wow. Yeah, you made a point earlier, Bear, about how they're sort of designing cars to be not that friendly, like to drive, in the sense of, I remember a few years ago when those more modern designs came out, and you can't even really see out the back because the boot's so high. Like you've got very limited vision. It never made any sense to me. I don't know why they did that, but
and now you have a camera to make up for it, right?
Yeah, well,
you're
some people do.
Totally dependent on the technology rather than
right.
like turning around and looking around you kind of thing. They're like sort of separating you from the road, the feeling of driving.
Yeah.
It may be in an attempt to get you ready for self-driving cars too.
Well, yeah. And kids these days, I don't know. I think my nephew had to have like a jumper seat in the car until he was like 10 or 11. It's crazy. You're almost a teenager. You're still like doing this childish thing. And the car represents this kind of imprisonment, or it's not like, you don't feel like you would have agency in a car. You feel more imprisoned in a car. Ando, I don't know what's going on, but there's two of you.
He's got himself. It's because he had 2 logins. That does it.
He's trying to figure it out because he's running the show. Thing's going to go on all night.
Yeah, it's just basically a computer on wheels now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, so speaking of computers, did anybody hear about the new AI Death Star that they're putting in the middle of the ocean so that they have enough water to cool it?
Yes, I have just been reading about how they're putting computers underwater now, and that made sense because I was only about 2 weeks ago, I was reading about how offshore, like underwater, real estate is becoming a really big thing to invest in. And I was thinking, what the hell? What have they got planned now? And then I read that, and it's like, there you go.
And of course, what was Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein doing?
Yes, I'm so glad you said that because yes, that was Terramar Project.
That's right.
And I used to think, what the hell are they doing down there? And
remember
maybe it's to do with that.
They were talking about ocean supremacy or some shit over the world, and we were like, what are they talking about? Remember that?
Yeah, vaguely. But the pictures that they showed too of you probably saw it's like those gas cylinders, like big huge gas cylinders where they store gas in. They're like a sort of a tube type thing. So it was inside one of those, the one that I saw, the servers were inside a big thing like that. So fully sealed, obviously, and able to handle pressure. But I just think that's what they're showing us. I reckon it's way more complex than that, what's already down there. So,
it makes a lot of sense to put computers down there because you've got all the cooling. Like for the
Yes.
servers, we've got this whole thing with servers in Utah for the surveillance agency, you know.
Yep.
Put
And
them underwater. They're gonna warm the ocean instead of cool it. That's exactly what's gonna happen, right? Because
that is
whatever they
exactly,
say they're
yes.
doing, it's always the opposite. It
It's
always
so
has the
good.
opposite effect.
It's so good, man. I'm
There's
just like,
that inverted reality.
dude.
Yep.
Oh well, and they say that the one place that they want to put the AI supercomputer, which is like Call of Cthulhu, right? Everybody's heard of Call of Cthulhu.
No.
That
Heard
would
of
be.
it, but I'm not a gamer.
Oh, okay.
H.P. Lovecraft.
H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a horror novel series.
Yes.
What's
Oh,
interesting
yeah,
about
okay.
H.P. Lovecraft
brother's
is
talking
his best friend was I forgot his first name. Howard is his last name. He did the Conan series, and
Yes.
HP gave him the mythos, and so like Conan exists within H.P. Lovecraft's like Cthulhu mythos, which
But
is
it's an
I
earlier
think that's
revision.
crazy interesting.
It's earlier
And they
time
didn't
frame.
believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't. They were against IP, so they shared all that stuff, which is I think it's kind of cool. As far as people that are against IP, you know, I always think of what's his name, Kinsella, that is against IP. Stefan Kinsella. There's like, but the hilarious thing is that Stefan Kinsella got all mad at Pete Quinones and was like, you know, you didn't invent post-libertarianism.
Yeah, but to cool servers takes an incredible amount of water, so that's why they're sort of doing that.
So they're looking to use Antarctica as the mega
Yeah.
AI. They're
Enter-
going to sink it in this big lake that's in the middle of Antarctica. I'm not
Mhm.
joking.
I know.
Okay. Now, if you recognize Call of Cthulhu mythos, and I've been talking about the parasites and Zothamog. Zothamog has a bunch of flatworms that literally inhabit people's brains and make them crazy. Okay. Zothamog
What's
supposedly
Zothamog?
Zothamog is one of the old ones, right? This ancient species of gods, right? In
Oh,
the
okay.
Call of Cthulhu series.
You know about
Right.
Point
this what
Nemo? That is yeah. Here we go. Go for it, Rob.
Yeah. Point Nemo. So let me finish this thought up about the Antarctica and the giant lake. Okay. So the idea is they want this AI to be in Antarctica. And what they want to do is kind of like in Zothamog supposedly was buried and captured under Antarctica, right? And he would send out these flatworms, and these flatworms would do his bidding, and they would possess people and things like that. Watch what they're gonna name. Let's all watch what they're gonna name the AI that they're proposing to put in Antarctica. If it ends up being Zothamog, we know all bets are off. Watch,
It's
or
very
if it's some
interest-
kind of combination of that, you know.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's also intriguing how most of the leaders of just about every country, I think, have all visited Antarctica, and it's never really, it's always just an expedition to have a look at Antarctica, isn't it? But I think there's way more going on there. Even Putin's mate, whatever his name is, the advisor, his Jewish advisor, I can't remember his name. He went down to Antarctica, which I thought was kind of weird. And there's this picture of him with emperor penguins, and I mean, penguins have a significant occult symbolism as well, apparently. I wish Jin was still here. Yeah, I just thought that was all a bit weird. It's strange how they all go down to Antarctica. There's something big, so I guess this is it. They're all going down to check out the new headquarters.
Interesting that you mentioned that too. The whole idea of the water consumption for AI, that makes a lot of sense as to the water consumption that's occurring on Epstein's Zorro Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes.
200 million gallons a year or whatever for a non-functioning ranch.
Yeah, it's underground, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And guess what? It's not too far away from the L. Ron Hubbard archive. So And if you remember in the Foundation series, they used AI basically to predict the future, right? So makes me wonder, what are they doing with that AI? And what are they doing with that water? And is that water part of this giant AI that they're most likely working on underneath Zorro Ranch? So
It's very green, isn't it?
oh yeah,
Hypocrites.
big time. Oh, we're gonna have a freshwater shortage. Yeah, you're doing it.
Yeah.
What are you
no
talking
wonder.
about? You know,
Yeah, there's plenty of places that have been drained of water, and everyone's going, well, where's it all going? You know, like,
the last, during COVID, when no one was out to see what was going on, suddenly all these places are draining. You had what was that lake in Nevada? You had another one in California. You had all these lakes that have never seen
Lake
the
Mead.
bottom. Lake Mead, yeah, that have never seen the bottom, and suddenly here we are. There's nothing left but mud. I'm sorry, Ando.
And,
What the heck were you talking to me about? You said something about Point Echo or Point. What was that called?
Point Nemo. It's
Nemo.
supposedly
Got it. Yeah.
the same place that what is the city called? The City of the Dead in the Cthulhu mythos is supposed to be there.
Yes. Yes. So there actually is a real Point Nemo, by the way.
Right,
So-
right. It's it's the spot that's furthest. It's an island. It's not even an island. It's just a
oh,
point in the
okay.
ocean. That's
Like
the
it's the
furthest
point
away from
furthest away
land
from land,
in
right?
the
Okay.
world.
Yeah.
Finding
the most
Nemo.
isolated location on the planet. Yeah, and then you had Disney, of all things, Finding Nemo. What were they trying to tell us there? Hold on. Right? That always bugged me. Here, I'll go ahead and I'll post up a little link, and then everyone could take a look at that. And then, of course, there's Diego Garcia. What's going on there? Nobody really knows.
Oh,
So,
yes.
you know,
The military base. It's said that that's where the MH370 ended up.
yeah. And it makes sense. So, so Point Nemo, the most remote place on Earth. Let's go through it a little bit. And they talk about it in Cthulhu, and there's some references here. People often vaguely refer to the middle of nowhere, but as it turns out, scientists have actually figured out precisely where that point is. Point Nemo, the most remote location on Earth, is so far removed from civilization that the closest humans to the location at any given time are likely to be astronauts. So, and Point Nemo looks like it's just, it's far away, but it's off the coast, about halfway off the coast of, what is that, Tierra del Fuego and Antarctica. So, just to give an idea of how inaccessible it is, and it says here, it is Nemo. It basically means no one in Latin. So just to give you an idea of how exactly isolated it really is. It is more than 1,000 miles. Let's see, 1,000 miles to the north of, was that Easter Island or something like that?
Yeah, Motu Nui, one of the Easter Islands.
Yeah, which are interesting in and of themselves. It says, when writer H.P. Lovecraft first introduced readers to this infamous titular tentacled monsters in 1926's Call of Cthulhu, he wrote that the creature's lair was the lost city of Relay in the South Pacific Ocean. Lovecraft gave Relay to the coordinates 47.9. Let's see here. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, I had to have an ad. I'm sorry. The ad was way, way more important than us getting information.
I've got some coordinates here.
Okay, 47.9 south and 126 degrees 43 seconds west, which are astonishingly close to Point Nemo's coordinates. And it is where the, quote, bloop occurred, which the bloop was actually the loudest underwater sound ever recorded. So
Was that fairly recently? Like a couple of years
looks
ago?
like such a lot. Dubbed the mystery 3,000. It looks like the bloop is I want to say it was 2014,
Oh, right, that long ago.
I think.
Right, okay. So
Well,
the blue.
that's interesting because 2014 is when they started all this death cult bullshit. Everybody remember that? You know, when the WEF decided that they were going to reset us all and everything.
So what was the bloop? Was that like a big gas bubble thing or something, or what was it?
They are at a loss to think of
Oh.
anything large enough to create such a loud sound underwater. They have no idea to this day.
Who knows? We definitely didn't do it ourselves.
Yeah.
Well,
No
I
idea.
mean-
Don't look at us.
they're like, man, we wish we could do that. Damn it.
Man, I've not gone nearly as far down the rabbit hole as you guys on the Antarctica stuff, but I find the idea of hidden land pretty fascinating.
Well, that's what they say is the entrance to the inner Earth. But who
And
knows?
the inner earth is referred to in the Bible multiple times.
Yes.
So we know it's there. It's it's like the Bible doesn't definitely define the shape of the earth, but it does say that there's one, firmament, and two, that there's also places under the earth that people live and places under the ocean that people live or beings live. Yeah.
Yeah, and what's the deal with, not being allowed to go to Antarctica? That's just, who decides that? Nobody owns it. Like, how come
Well,
we're not
I mean-
allowed to just go and cruise around like they do?
Yeah, you go try it and see what happens.
People have.
Yeah.
And it didn't end well. A very short trip, usually
Yeah, so how
involving
did they
some form of incarceration at some point.
Yeah, right. So how do they explain that? I mean, has anyone ever really sort of prodded and said, how come we're not allowed down there?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
people have.
They
I
rule
can
us
guarantee it'll be because there's some rare species that we've got to protect, because they always do that.
Well, they don't want us to know that there's scarcity myth. That like everything is all based off of the scarcity myth. And if that we find out that there is abundant land beyond where we know of, it's a new frontier in a ton of ways, And
Bro, we've got
and
abundant
resources.
land here.
Yeah, we do. We do, but there's not enough for them to be able. So they're in order to
They've
do
got
this,
their
they
own little secret thing going on.
Right, they have this lie. Most people don't leave their fucking cities, but I'm in the middle of Arkansas right now, and I was at my stepsister's property, and I looked out, and it was fucking vast and beautiful, and I'm like, there could be all kinds of bullshit there. I'm glad there's not, but yeah, there's so much land in the United States. There's so much land throughout the world.
Yeah, that scarcity mindset is really, it's an illusion. And we get sucked into the system that brings it home to us and makes it real.
Well, cars ran off of alcohol when they first made them, and you can make alcohol out of fermented vegetables and all kinds of shit like that. So you can make alcohol at home.
Biomass.
They had to use oil, which is also that is also like abundant as well. There's a shitload of oil, and then they come up with these fucking peak oil lies. They're so full of shit, and they use that in order to control the resource. And we're paying all these bullshit prices for something that is one of the most abundant liquids on the entire planet.
And it's not even as necessary as we think it is.
Exactly.
I heard a statistic just yesterday, I think it was, that there's 2 million barrels a day used for military aircraft. 2 million barrels a day. 2 million.
That's just mostly for training. That's not even active, active conflicts.
Yeah, right.
I heard that it takes like $5,000 to get a gallon of gas out into the Middle East in the desert for the U.S. military. I mean, that's money laundering for sure, but
yeah,
yeah, that's part of the markup that they do.
Yeah.
So you have places like Halliburton and was it SAIC and all these other contractor companies that run the logistics that charge us the $5,000, but it does not cost that.
No,
it does
Right,
not.
right. It's like the Pentagon toilet seats that are more expensive than Trump's golden toilet seat.
$300 hammers. It's because the hammer had to meet so many different. So I used to be involved in doing basically defense industry manufacturing. So basically, you had to make sure that the metal you used wasn't from certain sources, and there is a web of bullshit that you have to go through. And there's been times I've said, look, man, okay, so this particular requirement doesn't even make sense anymore, and they removed it last year. Can we go ahead and remove it from the contract? And the government says no. And I'm like, well, so I go to legal and I'm like, legal, hey, they're holding up our shit. I mean, we could have had this all done last year. He's like, nope, we got to abide by it. There is no grandfather clause or anything. So we have to, if they say do it, you have to do it. And that was during the period of Obama, which was probably the worst time to be in the defense industry at that point, especially doing logistics and manufacturing. He made everything goddamn impossible. So
it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's fine if you're making weapons for death. If you're in the death industry, then who cares? It's more about what the lobbyists can get for the budget than it is. And then you can sit back and do whatever. It doesn't matter. You don't have to produce weapons. You can or you cannot. All that matters is that the budget goes up next year.
Yeah. That's pretty much all that's what they're looking at. They're not looking at the common sense of it at all. They have bones to pick with certain countries that they need to leverage against, and they use these contractual obligations in defense manufacturing to basically exact these tolls and to bring people to bear in foreign countries to make deals with them. I mean, it's really that bad. A lot of it's very personal. You wouldn't imagine. I've even been threatened. I've been threatened. Do you want to tell Senator such and such that his amendment or his requirement is bullshit? And I'm like, well, I thought, yeah, well, I almost went there. Nowadays I'd go there because I don't give a shit. But back then I was trying to do the right thing, and worst thing I could have ever done. I should have just burned the place down with its own flames.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yes.
Yes.
Whatever that is. Sure. Little blocks, all that shit.
Yeah, big pixels.
That's called insurance.
Of course, it's
pixels
proverbially.
keep coming up.
It's proverbially. I should have just blocked the production of everything. If I would have actually followed their requirements, I could have shut down the whole plant. Literally every product line, I could have just shut the shit down and just put it into a freaking death spiral. I should have just done that, because look where I ended up. They took away my clearance, so fuck them. Pardon my French. In Minecraft. There you go.
Hindsight's 2020, huh?
Right? I should have just did that and held the whole shit hostage. Just exact every goddamn requirement that I could on that bullshit to shut it down every step of the way.
It would actually benefit your company, because then they could just say, look how much money it takes to pass all these requirements.
Well, they would have been stroking one off in the corner like, hold on a minute. Oh my God.
We love this guy. We don't have to make anything.
I'm going to bust one in Minecraft. Oh. And that would have been it. I didn't nut in a corner. It was in Minecraft. It's okay. What's the problem? I didn't rape those kids. I raped them in Minecraft. It's fine. Which is odd, because people use Minecrafts to basically traffic kids. So that's another weird thing and makes it even creepier. But anyway,
I think that's Roblox, right? They use the chat feature in Roblox in order
in
to
Minecraft
groom.
too. Minecraft too. Yeah. Pick up kids. It's great.
What a shit world we live in.
It's just so cuckoo. I love it.
I mean, in a way, it's kind of amusing.
Yeah,
I think
that's all I
I'm
do.
still in shock, actually.
About what part of it? Which part did it for you?
That's a really good
specific.
question.
You
There's
don't know
several.
anymore. So much.
I never got out of shock. Yeah, no, I'm still in shock.
It's like a
Constant
smorgasbord
permanent
of smut.
PTSD.
24/7. coming at you so fast you can't hit it back. You know?
So how do we stay sane in this totally inverted, insane world and not become one of those people at Walmart in the fight?
Walmartians.
I've sort of made myself a bit of a hermit around about 2004.
Wow.
Is it working?
Started
yeah,
early.
That's fine. You get used to your own company, you know. You just learn to not need all those things, like not need to go out and be amused. You just amuse yourself, you know.
That's true.
I mean, I'm not saying that I don't go out at all, but particularly of the last few years, well, particularly since 2020. I mean, at one point it was sort of like lockdown. What lockdown? I just didn't make a lot of difference, really.
Everybody's
But, the
wearing
principle of
strange
it-
things and wants me 6 feet away. What's that about?
It's a mindset. I mean, if you just don't partake, like in your mind, you can get away with quite a lot. In the sense of, I mean, there was a number of times where I had to sit in the car when things were really at their thickest during lockdowns and mask wearing and all that. There was a couple of times because I never wore one. I wore one for about 2 minutes when I had to get my glasses, but I never wore one going to supermarkets or anything like that. And there was probably half a dozen times where I really did sit in my car and I had to, I prayed and I had to kind of just get myself into the right frame of mind to go in there and be fearless, basically. And it does work, but it wasn't just like, oh yeah, get out of the car and go in. It really was a bit of a hype up to, or a psych up. So, it's also
I'll
weird.
admit I wore it. I did the thing to get along, and I knew what bullshit it was from the beginning, but I kind of did the thing for a while.
Yeah,
So
I don't hold it against anybody for their own personal decisions.
My job was recovering trucks that had been left in various places throughout the country, and I had to use airplanes, Ubers, all kinds of stuff. So what I did was went to this great website that I learned about from the great Tom Woods. It's called Fake Mask Worldwide. And there you can order a mask that's made out of mesh. And so it doesn't really violate you too much. So, I feel like, though, I was complying in a way, even though I wasn't, I mean, all the masks were useless. Mine was just a little more useless because I could actually breathe through it,
Yeah, I had mixed feelings about those kind of get-arounds, like the branding on masks and stuff. It's like, even if it says this is bullshit, you're still wearing it, kind of thing.
Right.
I think those freedom masks or whatever they were called, they got shut down a number of times and they had to keep renaming themselves.
Yeah,
they kept at it.
He did. Eventually, on Tom Woods' show, he mentioned that, and Tom Woods got him a good web host that won't take his website away. Now, that I thought they were cool and everything, but you know what? I was in. I'm trying to remember which city I was in because I'm, all over the place. It was it was Chattanooga, and everybody back to normal, doing their thing. And, it's a truck stop, so most people are normal anyway. A guy walks in wearing one of those fucking duck masks. And it's just...
Oh, no. Those are the worst.
Yeah.
I'd rather you just wear full-on respirator. I mean, something that works. I did that, and I got thrown out of the X-ray office. So I was supposed to get X-rays, and they said you couldn't wear a respirator. I'm like, well, if this is a real disease, we need a real respirator. So I wore a real respirator because I just wanted to mess with them, and they made me take the fucker off and put on the little flappy piece of blue velvet or whatever the fuck that is.
Covered in microplastic.
Yeah, the microplastic doily. Yeah, this is bullshit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, we should have all been in respirators if it was true.
They said it was racism. No, did you remember that? They had mask supremacy. Do you remember them talking about that?
No.
Talking about mask supremacy. that there was going to be an arms race for people to wear better and better masks. So they need to ban the exhalation valves. Remember that? That's why they made me take off my respirator, because I had exhalation valves. Unreal. Unreal.
Invest in 3M.
Dude,
Yes.
I did. I had 3M masks. But I had the top of the line, and you couldn't wear it because it made other people feel like they weren't as protected. That's no shit. That is real. I read a damn article on it. The CDC talks about it. Remember when the CDC was saying they didn't want people to wear masks because they were worried that everyone would buy the high quality respirators and there would be none left for the emergency service workers? Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That was
Rob,
it.
you must have felt real supreme at that point.
I was very supreme. I was going to go in there with a fucking scuba tank. You suck my ass, you bastards. I'll fart all over in here and I'm not going to smell it. Screw you. I'm going to eat a bunch of kimchi and some potato salad. And I'm going to leave it out for a while. So it's really juicy. And I'm going to come up in there. Bastards. Let's see if your mask works now. How you like that?
You know what does it for me every time is potatoes, particularly yellow ones. I am
me
like
too.
a trumpet after that.
That's why I talked about the potato salad. Are you a Russian Jew too, or what? What's the deal here?
I really hope not, man.
You might be, but at least part Russian. Well, you're German, and everybody kind of.
Well, my Russians are German.
They were hitting
so I'm
it. They were
Black
hitting and
Sea
running all the
German.
time.
So yeah, my Russians are German. They were
There you
German.
go.
They moved to Russia, and then they moved to Texas. So there we
What
go.
the hell?
Yeah,
What kind of
Black Sea
backwards ass shit
Germans.
is that?
Badass people.
You're all confused. Don't know what's going on. We're just moving. We don't care. What Bolsheviks?
Well-
Let's go over there.
Right. So we're at 4 hours now, and I'm thinking we should come up with whatever else we have to share with the great people out here. Schmoozing a little bit, and then do our plugs and go to bed like normal.
Venus
people.
has oxygen. There, I said it.
That's cool. I don't even know
Apparently-
if Venus is a real place. I mean,
5G is going to kill us all.
There you go.
It's killing the
Apparently,
fucking bees.
Apparently, in 2025, the
a lot of
Saturn's
things
rings
killing
are
the
going to
bees.
disappear.
Yeah, well, I
Which
think
was
that's just
checked
they're not going to be
twice.
visible, right?
I
They're
have
going
no
to
idea.
they're going to be there or something.
I
but
didn't
we
waste
just
my
won't
time
see it.
reading about it. Just
Yeah,
sounded
that
like
one was weird.
More crap to me.
I was
said,
I was
remember
interested
all-
in hearing Rob's take on Joni Mitchell's weird disease where like weird colored hairs come out of her skin and she feels all itchy and stuff. It reminded me of some of the vaccine stuff where their skin is on fire and that kind
Yeah.
of thing. I don't know if you've looked into Joni Mitchell's weird disease at all, but since you're into the parasite thing, it is trippy.
Well, Chagas is very
Okay.
easily genetically manipulated, and there was some talk that they were going, since it's a neural parasite, as our most trypanosomas, right, including sleeping sickness. They basically bore down the center of the nerves. If you were to manipulate that parasite, right, and bore down the center of the nerves, a lot of functionality of the body is done autonomously by the nerves in that section of the body. Basically it's kind of farmed out, and that control is being done by the nerves that are localized in that area. So theoretically, if you were to have a parasite that was genetically engineered and or could maybe mess up the neurological system in a certain way, you potentially could have hair growing in different ways in different places, and maybe different colors. I mean, what kind of color are we talking about? Is she growing like a goddamn green hair, or what?
Yeah,
what's the
it
shit?
sounds like totally multichromatic and maybe kind of temporary, like not like come out of the skin and then recede kind of thing. More like parasites.
Wow.
Well,
Let's see.
if the
I think,
parasites,
if I remember right,
if the body's trying to excrete the parasites out the sebum glands, right, out the sweat glands, and or the follicles, right, because that's two places that your body tries to get rid of localized, pests, etc., and byproducts and waste. Well, theoretically, whatever's in there that's being pushed out into that area, it could look like hair. It could, if depending on what its composition is, and who knows, maybe that's the parasite bodies, the dead bodies of the parasites coming out mixed in with the hair follicles, or with the hair being generated from the follicle. There's a lot of different things that can happen. So, and before anyone says I'm not a doctor, no, I'm not. I actually read. Okay. I should tell you, I got a great story about me going to the VA psychiatrist, right? And she has no idea what things like phenylethamine do, and what things like phenylprastam do, and choline she actually knew. But I was kind of astonished. I was like, they're so pushed into this narrow idea that the only pharmaceuticals that work are the ones that they're pushing on them, that they lose track of all the other different options that could be had to be used to treat, depression, etc. So bottom line is, chances are, if you're well read, you're going to be better read than whatever medical care provider is actually supposed to be helping you. So in a way,
agree.
And they've had what? I got cut.
No, you're here.
Hold on. Let me see here.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not even well read, and I read enough
There we go.
to learn
Got it back
more
up.
than what the doctors were saying.
Yeah. And and Joni Mitchell, what is she going to? She's going to big name doctors, right? And they don't want to get off the plantation. They're not going to tell her what's really going on. 9 times out of 10, parasitic infestations are ignored and intentionally misdiagnosed as mental illness. So that comes full circle to what I was talking about just now. So
yeah, that's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
How old would
Maybe
she
that's
be now?
why they
She must
call
be
the
pretty
trans
old.
shit
She just turned
modern.
80.
Right, okay. What was that, Ando? Sorry?
Oh, she's still alive.
Yeah.
She's still alive. I didn't know that. But maybe that's why they say that the trans shit is a mental illness, because it's probably a parasite.
Remember when I looked it up? I mean, there's a lot of different parasitic infections and infestations that can cause decreased testosterone in men. And what is that eventually going to do? Well, you may start questioning things.
This is beyond decreased testosterone, though. I mean, first of all, it's true. Like I was saying in the chat earlier, that it's a fetish, and they figured out a way to indulge it, and they're indulging it through postmodernism. And then there's all the fucking pharma, and I know that a lot of people have talked about that there's organisms within some pharmaceuticals, etc. Right?
That's come out recently.
A concept that is,
And they just have they had eye drops recently that ended up being 100% recalled, shut down 5 or 6 factories because these eye drops had parasites in them. Now they haven't come out with that, but there is an independent journal that has already said that they were these parasites that cause blindness that were in the eye drops. It wasn't bacteria. And there
How did that get in?
There is a parasite, Stella, that is in tap water in certain parts of the world that has that parasite, and that little worm will get in your eye and eat your retina.
Yeah, isn't that like river blindness? Because
It's very close. Yeah.
Ivermectin that's what they give to river blindness people in where is it? India, Africa?
Even ivermectin is it's a microbe that was found in the ground by a golf course in Japan. It's not alive.
Right. And rapamycin is very similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this goes back to they steal our cures and sell us their medicine.
Yes. So yeah, Chagas is interesting because it can cause neurosis. So, and widespread inflammation, an inflammation will screw up your hormones, right? So you get any combination of this going on. And oh, by the way, did anybody hear about that? Now we have incurable syphilis. Anybody hear about that?
I did hear something about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know a
Speaking
certain
of
experiment about that.
Yeah.
They're
Speaking
bringing
of
out the whole
syphilis,
smorgasbord.
when Rose was talking about the chemicals that they would put in the starched collars and stuff, it occurred to me, man, like all the wigs and syphilis, like you guys have heard about that thing where people were covering up their syphilis with their wigs.
Mhm.
Maybe that's like a self-licking ice cream cone or whatever. Like maybe some of the syphilis symptoms were coming from what they were putting on their clothes too. Because what
I
she
don't
was
know if- I
describing
don't know if-
sounded a lot like syphilis.
I don't know if syphilis was transmissible in that way, but
Well,
I
I'm
mean, you gotta
not
think
saying
back
it's the
in those
same thing.
days-
It just was something I thought of.
'cause you also when you also had tuberculosis that was rampant. And by the way, we've got incurable tuberculosis making a comeback, which is awesome because I mean everything from the 90s is making a comeback, baby, right?
Yeah.
I mean, why not incurable syphilis and incurable tuberculosis? Sounds great.
Yeah, rock
That's
stars
awesome.
are so last millennium, and now it's diseases.
They're probably totally curable, just not with your modern medicine.
Well, a lot of it is immigrants from the Middle East and from south of the border that are OTMs, and they're bringing a lot of that shit over here. So, we've got leprosy now too, which is
depleted immune systems from pharma, from the medical industry.
Now
that
we've all
actually
got
poisons.
depleted immune systems, so we're ripe for an invasion of bacterial infections to take everyone down.
Yep.
Sounds like a plan, Sounds like they planned this shit. I don't know. What do you say?
No, they'd
It's all
never do
parasites,
that.
man.
No one
It's-
would
it's-
do that.
It all
Come-
boils
come on,
down to
Rob.
butt worms. As we've always said, butt worms
always-
is
It's always the butt worms. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I miss the days of simple old threadworm.
Pinworms that you get in your feet from being barefoot in like mud bogs and shit.
Yeah, well, when I was in Egypt, they said, whatever you do, don't put your feet over the edge of the boat and put it in the Nile because you'll end up with parasites. It's like, okay, thanks for telling me.
And people drink out of that damn thing. Jesus
Ugh.
Christ.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
that-
We
look at
wonder
the
what's
Ganges.
wrong with the Middle East. We wonder what's wrong with the Middle East. How about that?
Stella, you just said the Ganges. Apparently,
Yeah.
the Ganges has, or at least it has had, this crazy amount of biological material in it where people actually gain immunity from it because they are exposed to small amounts of so much, and it all like processes, deteriorates. Like there's so many enzymes and everything in there that all the shit that goes in there, even though there's so much shit in there, it actually biodegrades so fast that it doesn't affect people badly. And it's like, I mean, this could change with pesticides and everything with environmental factors, but that's sort of like the legend of the Ganges.
I've heard about that. I had a friend of mine go there at one point, and he said that they told him basically the same story. And he went ahead and they said, you'll dip in the Ganges, you'll get sick for like 2 days, and then your immune system will pick back up. And sure as shit, he said he hasn't really had a cold since like 2013 or something.
Wow.
Kind of wild.
Yeah, that's insane. I've often wondered how those people can bathe in there every day and still be alive, assuming they are. Dead
just a
bodies
giant
floating
soup.
past, and yeah.
Right? Well, yeah, and you got the
Life
body
feeds on
eaters
life.
and all that shit. I mean, that's
Cows.
just insane.
Yeah. Wow.
So maybe we're doing it all wrong. Maybe we just don't have enough dead shit in the water. Maybe that's what's wrong with us.
Yeah, if we didn't try to sterilize everything, we'd be a lot better off.
Well, yeah, and they've found that. What do they got to do? Because everyone gets so much ingestion of accidental antibiotics from everything from the food to pharmaceuticals that they eat to drinks, things that they drink, etc. Maybe the problem is, and they're trying, so they're doing this thing now that they have to actually install a new biome into people to stop schizophrenia. Did you hear about that one?
No.
So what they do is they basically make you eat a sane person's poop in
Oh, yeah.
a little capsule to restore the biome, and that gets rid of mental illness. I mean, it's
yeah, well,
incredible,
they
right?
only fairly recently came out with that connection, didn't they, with the biome and psychological state?
It was theorized as early as 1966, if you can believe
Oh,
that.
okay. Wow.
Yeah, and of course they ran that guy out of business.
Huh.
they probably put his ass in jail
Wow.
along with Reich, right?
Bastards. I was on
You know-
bloody Zoloft for 7 years. That was a
Oh
bad
my
7
God,
years.
I'm so sorry for you. That stuff's horrible.
Yeah, and then I got myself off it because the doctors just oh no. So I just weaned myself off it.
Of course, the dope dealer's going to say you can't get off it. Don't do
Yeah,
it. You're
exactly.
going to die. I'm not going to
Yeah.
get my yacht. You know?
Yep. And then that was I actually got off it, and then a couple of months later, I had a rather nasty personal tragedy happen, and I did go and see a counsellor, just to sort myself out a little bit once.
His name wasn't Zoloft, was it?
And
Just
yeah,
checking.
that's all they wanted to do was put me back on. It was like,
Right.
no, thank you. I just got myself off, thanks. But
It's
yeah,
so
talk about zombie
dismissive.
state.
Yeah, it's so dismissive to just wave somebody off and say, no, we're not going to give you counseling. You know, I've heard in some cases, if you refuse the medication, they cut off the counseling.
Well, I had to pay. We pay for it. It's not like it's offered.
I think that entire industry is just set up to sell fucking drugs. I mean,
Yeah,
there's really
totally.
nothing good that comes of it.
Yep, I would 100% agree. Bloody Rockefeller.
It's like
Get rid of
the
all the good stuff.
child protection services / orphan industry.
Mhm.
The foster parents get paid more based on the more medications the kids are on. And that's kind
Exactly.
of how the government workers who dole out the medications get paid too. So they are incentivized to pump these kids up with medications, even if these kids would be fine otherwise.
Yep. Yeah, the ADHD stuff is that's a load of crap. They don't need that stuff. I think they were fixing a lot of ADHD. I was only reading it recently. I think it was with light, blinking lights and, that kind of light therapy.
Infrared therapy, too. Yeah.
Yeah,
that
right.
came into
yeah.
play.
Yeah. And it was getting really good results. So there you go.
Well, and if you look at our sky, I don't know how old all of you are. I'll just go ahead and let it out of the bag. I'm fucking old. Anyway. So, if you look at the sky since the 70s, so the great thing about pollution, people say pollution is a bad thing. Hold up. I think we got bamboozled on that. And let me explain why. So back in the 70s, 60s too, 50s, everybody remembers that this clear white screaming brain burning sky that you have that gives you skin cancer was not a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It was always much more tinted red. It might be white for like a couple of hours during the middle of the day, but it wouldn't be from fucking dusk to dawn or dawn to dusk. It wouldn't be constant. Just this white sun trying to murder your soul,
Yeah,
It was yellow.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And
A lot of
they
people are
showed
saying
it.
that.
They said, "Oh, it's climate change." I'm like, "No, it's not climate change. It's just that we've cleaned things up to a point that we've actually broken it. We don't have as much volcanic activity, et cetera, and that cannot be denied. That's historically and scientifically proven, right? We don't have as much upper atmosphere or even lower atmosphere particulate anymore because we overfilter everything. And one of the biggest filters on the planet people don't realize is our cars. Our cars are very good air filters. Okay. Them saying that the carbon is the problem is completely absurd. And if anything, we need more of it. We need more smog and particulate to get up there because that might actually be destroying our overall health. And it's been shown already that exposure, your eyes being exposed to UV causes certain forms of mental illness and developmental issues. So
wow.
Now what?
Okay.
OG was talking about UV sterilizing people.
Well, yeah.
And also, carbon is what plants crave.
Yeah,
In real
they've
life.
pulled
I mean,
out
really.
those They've pulled out those core samples that have shown that different times during history, carbon dioxide levels have been a lot higher and plants were thriving. And they're saying if it drops any lower, we're going to lose all our plants. So
And not just
obviously
plants,
that's
but
what they want.
mammals too. Mammals
Yes.
thrive in that
Everything.
condition as well. There's more plants, there's more oxygen, there's more CO2. CO2 leads to more plants. Plants lead to mammals and life forms. It's the great circle of life.
Like you're right, Rob. It's almost impossible. I find it almost impossible. I'm fair and got blue eyes to look at the sky now without wincing. I mean, I've always been a bit sensitive anyway, but and they're doing the cloud brightening as well, which isn't helping. The weather manipulation, cloud brightening. You know about that?
Oh, yes, that and so much more. I've got a gigantic treatise that I'm going to dump on the Telegram channel for Black Labs. And it has all the different weather manipulations. Now, here's what's interesting. The newest one, the one that looks like they've decided they are going to go through with it, and that's it, is actually laser weather manipulation. So,
Oh, yippee. Get
How
a
about
blue
that?
roof, y'all. Get a blue roof.
That's what I'm. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that because there was an array of laser beams that came down in Hawaii,
Right.
Just like a few years earlier, for some test that either they still won't tell who was doing it, whether it was the Japanese, whether it was the Chinese, whether it was NASA. No one will say exactly. No one's come forth and actually admitted to it. But it was there. The Japanese got footage of it. They showed everybody, and everybody said it was a conspiracy theory. But it was real.
I want to get a reflective roof so that whenever they send their shit down, it bounces right back and knocks
There you go.
their balloons out of the sky.
You wouldn't be allowed to because of the planes.
That's right. That's
With
true,
blind
actually.
pilots.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that. It can't be overly reflective. But if you know the wavelength ahead of time of the laser that they're going to use to blow your house up,
I'm sure they'll
then
publish that.
you could. Well, but there are they kind of did. I also have that in this long list of things. There is articles where they show what were the most transmissible wavelengths and most effective wavelengths for this laser manipulation. So whether or not they wanted to hit the ground, or whether or not they wanted to be absorbed by the clouds, or whether or not they were, they even have documents about trying to use lasers, and they've already done it to try and stop hurricanes. They've already done it. It's done.
Yep.
That's old. And I'm like, okay, so could we speculate one step further on what happened with Lahaina? Did they see that storm moving into to Lahaina and say, you know what? Here's going to be a great time to go ahead and try our laser weather manipulation. Let's give it a shot. And it went
Or
totally wrong.
Acapulco had the same thing,
Yeah.
or same crazy storm. And by the way, shut up, conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, you bigots. Suck a lady penis. That's what you need to do.
Wasn't
Be a big
there-
gay baby. Be a big gay baby for Epstein. Do it. He likes the big gay babies.
I have not confirmed it, so it might be misinformation, but wasn't there a directed energy lab in Maui?
I think, yeah, I believe
That
so.
was the word on the street. Yeah.
Yeah. I found the documents behind that too. That's in there too. So that's going to be very interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
I got like 50 different articles and research papers and put it together, went down a huge rabbit hole like the last week. Because I was supposed to be on Wicked Planet with Ron. Things fell through.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
Oh,
our
I
buddy
was only
Ron.
listening to that this
when
morning.
it happens,
Yeah.
I can't wait, man.
Yeah, so
Ron's
probably
a
next
great
week,
guy
I
to
think.
talk to. Yeah, he's so easy to chat with.
That's why I don't talk to him in real life so much. I had to cut off the Instagram. I was going to be talking to him all the time and not get nothing done. So there's that. I'm like, you should just, Ron, give me a fucking job and I'll just come over there and we'll just talk shit while we fix cars. Let's just do that.
When you talk to Ron, tell him that I've been trying to get a hold of him to come onto the forum sometime, because I think he would have a great time with this. I'm sure he wouldn't be able to stay through the whole thing, but he would fucking love the show.
But yeah, I think if we get him even for like a half an hour, just to zip and zang a little bit. So So that's probably still going to go on. So I've given him those documents. He's looking them over right now to get familiarized. And I think when he does that he'll drop the hammer. But there's light therapy for the eyes now. So everyone said, remember when everyone said, so here's what's interesting. I had 2 articles. One article was from, I think, November of 2021. And it talked about how infrared therapy would burn your eyes and you need to wear protectors and all this shit, right? Literally 2 months later, there's research that comes out that says that infrared therapy actually restores and regenerates retinal damage. So it's like,
yeah, of course.
You guys couldn't even time it good enough. Like, anytime. So now I'm starting to go through and I'm starting to collect these articles that say that something doesn't work like a month or 2 before it says it does. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like they preload the situation. Like, no, don't do that. They have fact checks and shit. Just start showing up out of goddamn nowhere, for this bullshit. And you're like, what the hell are they on about? What am I missing here? Infrared therapy doesn't work. What?
What's interesting about the infrared therapy is I've been playing around with like the cold laser thing, and there's a whole lot of different frequency settings that you can set it on. So even though it's a red light, so it's got the inherent like base frequency of the red light, you can set it on many, many, many different sub frequencies.
Absolutely.
And they're geared toward different issues, different problems.
Yes. And this fits in with just a little bit past the infrared wavelength. You end up with the terahertz frequencies. So everyone that said that med beds were bullshit, well, now I'm starting to go, you know what? You may need to reel that back because you're probably going to look like a fool here probably in about 6 months, because they've had so many breakthroughs with terahertz healing and near infrared and infrared healing that I'm just like, you guys, you may need to reel that back now before you look really foolish. A lot of these podcasts, just because Q brought it up, we're just like, oh, it's bullshit. The Q, the mega people. Well, now it's like, well, now what?
Yeah, this is harnessing scalar energy. Am I correct?
Yeah, it is to an extent. Yeah, because they also have sub frequencies that they also modulate. Because now they have. Remember, I was talking about. Well, my first podcast, I was talking about terahertz lasers, which was the big breakthrough. Now they're miniaturizing them, and they're going to become widely available here for healing purposes. So it's going to be really interesting how that goes.
That was the whole point of the Q PSYOP, by the way, was to drop real information along with a lot of kookery in order to muddy the waters.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
Yeah, I mean that's
100%.
I think what we do here at the What the Fuck Forum is, none of this is kookery. We're telling you the straight dish, So
absolutely
enjoy it.
Just very quickly before I've got to head off soon. I just was watching Jim Lee on Climate Viewer this morning on his live, and he was talking about how HAARP are firing up. And do you guys remember me talking about the auroras and how I was pretty sus about them? Like, I didn't feel that they were organic. Remember just earlier in this year, the auroras were really visible in places that's not normally visible, like both of them, the Aurora Australis and the Aurora Borealis. And so right up to, I don't know, as far as Perth or something in Australia, you can't normally see it. You can normally see it like right down the south of Tasmania. But and I have been maintaining the whole time that they weren't natural. And anyway, Jim Lee was talking about HAARP, and he was just talking about this article. Alaskans may be able to see an artificial air glow in the sky created by HAARP as it fires up. I mean, that's the general gist. And it sort of showed a picture of the aurora, and I thought, there we go, there it is. So who knows? I think it possibly is to do with Project Bluebeam practicing, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Well, they're also spraying the shit out of the skies more so than I mean, I note this stuff when I'm driving. And I see planes all the time. Most of the time they're not jamming bullshit behind them. And over the last few days, I have seen the skies getting the shit sprayed out of them all over Pennsylvania, And Tennessee, they're just spraying the shit out of these guys.
Yeah. Did you just say Florida? Sorry, I missed.
Pennsylvania and Tennessee for sure, but
Right,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure it's happening in Florida too.
Oh, Florida's meant to be pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing it here too.
So there are trillion-watt lasers being fired into the sky right now to precipitate rain clouds. The problem is one of the byproducts of that oftentimes is two things. Number one, spontaneous lightning discharges that are of a far greater magnitude than what would normally happen in that situation because of the added energy. That's number one. Number two, it can also create plasma discharges and imbalances that will also increase theoretically can also increase the intensity of auroras and even have them pull down further than they normally would be.
It's almost
Right.
like they're doing everything they can to bring on the apocalypse.
It's almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost weird. I wonder what that
Well,
is.
We just need the Antichrist to complete the whole set.
Well, I would hate to be able to go any further without having the full set. It's like Apocalypse Pokemon. Got to catch them all, right?
So it's Yuval Noah Harari, right? Or his boyfriend or wife or whatever, husband. I don't know what the hell he is.
Husband.
His hump hole. My lovely
Clone?
humpy holes. Check it out. I know I'm going to hell. It's okay.
Anyway, guys, I'm about ready to check out here.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do plugs. Start with you, Bear Snare, around the circle.
Yeah, I'm the Bear Snare, thebearsnare.com, and my Friends Hate Freedom podcast. On to you, Stella.
You can find Ashley and myself at the Union of the Unknowns podcast, also at here. I'm also occasionally on the Propaganda Report with Brad Binkley, and do a few little things with Drew Misson as well on You're Missing the Point. Rob.
Hey, this is Rob here at the Black Labs podcast, and I haven't been podcasting that much. I come on here. That's about it. Life has taken over. I have become a free bird.
Restriction polymorphic DNA sequences.
And on to you, Ando.
Good that you can join us today, Rob. Good to see you.
I'm Ando, Burn Babylon Burn, and the Doom Kitchen, and here a lot. libertylinks.io/the Doom Kitchen, the Doom Kitchen at protonmail.com, and down to you, Rob.
He's already done that.
Doctors don't know shit. You already got me, bro.
Good to
Oh,
see
you're
you
the
too, Bear.
best.
Hope everything goes well with your puppy dog, Bear. Definitely in the prayers.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about that. Sorry about that. Hopefully he does better.
I think Bear's a bit frozen.
I think he did.
All right.
I think he bailed out.
Love you guts.
Amen. Love everybody here. Thanks, guys.
Love y'all. Great times.